Friends, as chairperson, I am delighted to welcome you to the Labour Party conference here in Mullingar. We meet on the cusp of a pivotal election for our party in this state. One thing is for sure, we are ready. We are ready to stand proudly behind Labour's record and to seek a mandate for further progress. We are energised and determined to have our message heard. Labour has been in power during arguably the most difficult years of the state's history, and we have contributed to a remarkable turnaround. We have pursued realistic solutions rather than false rhetoric, recognising the necessity of economic recovery for our people. We care about this election because we want Labour to continue to shape Ireland for the better, ensuring our families, friends, neighbours and communities can thrive. It makes a difference to us that our loved ones can get a job in Ireland. My own sister is relieved to have regained work after experiencing redundancy. It matters to us that our young people may now have the option of returning home for employment. My brother and cousin are back in Ireland after a period of emigration because they can finally see a positive future here. It matters that our grandparents got the Christmas bonus and have a little extra to spend from their state pension. It matters that the new school down the road will provide better facilities for learning and sports for our kids. It matters that the cleaner at work has a decent industry rate of pay since Labour re-established Labour trade union rights. That the local shop assistant is now entitled to a higher minimum wage. It matters to us that our gay and lesbian brothers and sisters can marry. That Labour prioritised dealing with the X case to ensure critical protections for women in this country. We are proud of Labour's capacity to exert a strong and steady hand to break down boundaries to deliver real economic and social change. We stand apart from other parties in pursuing policies fitting to the promise of a modern, forward-looking Ireland, while remaining grounded in the everyday needs of our people for fairness, equality and opportunity. Labour has never been afraid to go out on a limb, contraception or divorce. We will do it again this year, spearheading the case for a referendum on the 8th Amendment. We stand apart from other parties in the very raison d'etre of our party, founded by Connolly and Larkin to represent the interests of working people. This means supporting jobs, ensuring there is a good system of education and training, responding to the needs of families concerning children, dependents and other older people who are unable to work. Labour is taking a lead in championing a living wage for all. Ours is the only party to have published a workers' charter. We are putting childcare at the centre of our election proposals. Many of you know I'm a new mum. Through baby and toddler groups, I have learned so much in the last 14 months, not just about caring for my beautiful Sarah, but also about the stress and strain of securing quality, affordable childcare. Labour's plan to use state funding to reduce costs cannot come quickly enough for many of the families I know. And some of the mothers I talk to are torn between maintaining their hard-won place on the career ladder and spending time with their newborn. All of us know the difficulty of establishing a work-life balance. Labour has secured better paternity rights for fathers, and we want to do more. Labour's plan to extend parental leave is child-focused and gives parents more time and scope to make choices that suit their unique circumstances. Labour has a realistic plan to improve living standards and public services that can be delivered with a strong mandate. We will not erode the Exchequer's tax base in a reckless fashion. We have stood our ground on widening the tax base because it is the right thing to do to avoid another devastating crash. For us, the focus of reform is on low to middle income earners who are stretched. We believe in investing in areas such as healthcare, social housing and broadband, and want to see the bulk of available resources used for this purpose. So comrades, when asked, why should I vote for Labour? What difference will we make? we can be positive. Voters can be assured that Labour will continue to stand up for families, for fairness and opportunity, in education and in society, and for adequate reward and protections for all our people. We will bring an ambitious, diligent, problem-solving approach to the table. We won't risk the economy or settle for flimsy, ill-judged or narrow policy platforms. Labour is strong, gutsy and resolute. Once again, we have proven we can be trusted with the economy. We defended the line on core social welfare rates and excessive expenditure cuts. We have implemented necessary reforms to get our people back to work. Labour has been ready to learn from mistakes and to find remedies where possible. Frustration about progress in areas such as housing and homelessness only are a spur for our efforts to continue in the future. Progress is becoming more visible, whether the busier high street or the boarded-up shop fronts reopening. Labour is determined to ensure social recovery takes root in our communities. As members, we can be proud. We have an important role to support our TDs. We have stuck together in challenging times to make incremental gains. The party's unity of purpose is solid. Let's get out there. Let's tell our story. Whether on the doors, in the pub, in the media, at gatherings, wherever the opportunity. There is much Labour still wants to achieve, and with your valuable help, we can win. Thank you, comrades. I now want to ask our esteemed friend and colleague, Deputy Willie Penrose, here native to Mullingar and to County Westmeath, and a champion of bankruptcy reform and so many other things. Let us introduce Willie Penrose. Thank you.
Anyone that knows me knows there'll be notes hanging around the place here all day. Delegates, colleagues, the media, dignitaries and guests. I see many familiar faces here this morning, many indeed who have travelled the length and breadth of this country to be here today. You're all very welcome back to the heart of the country in Mullingar. So you're equidistant now, north, south, east and west. It's one of the most beautiful towns in the country, with excellent facilities and food, which I hope you will sample and enjoy before you leave, and enjoy the many benefits that's here in Mullingar, most beautiful setting. I am proud that the National Conference has returned to the constituency of Longford Westmeath here. We've held many Labour Party national events, all of which have been a great success. Indeed, it's probably with knowing that I fought hard to get the conference back here to Mullingar in 2016, and I'm glad to say that these efforts have paid off. It will bring an added boost to our local economy, and we need it, because it has been a difficult time for communities and businesses in the Midlands with recent flooding. And when we are here, we should reflect upon that. Many people who suffered significantly due to the adverse weather events in the past couple of months, and particularly across the Midlands and across into Athlone and down to Roscommon and back into Offaly and other areas, and indeed come further up into North Westmeath as well. Many people that visited during Canvas recently, even in Mid Westmeath, people suffered losses. And the one thing we must do, and as the Labour Party, we have to do everything as a government to assist the people in getting their properties and lives back to normal as soon as possible. And we must not countenance bureaucratic impediments or obstacles in this regard. People who have sustained damage to their properties or their homes must be assisted and compensated, and no amount of piddly-widdly with bureaucracy or anything else should be used to deny people what is right. And this thing of saying that properties have to be in rateable value, areas that are valued under the rateable valuation system. How in the name of God would a farm, with an equestrian farm or a horse farm out in the middle of Carrigabrine be rated? It's not in an IDA industrial estate. So let's get real and compensate people who have suffered losses, people that you watch on the television and that. We gather here in Mullingar today on the eve of a vitally important general election. We are here today because we are proud of Labour's record in government. We are also here today because we know that the stakes in the general election are very high. Ireland has been brought back from the brink and now faces a decade of great opportunity ahead. No one can deny but that our country is in a vastly better shape than it was 5 years ago, and you all recall what it was then. As my colleagues say, the question facing the people at the next election in the next number of weeks is whether they want to continue this progress or to go into reversion and go backwards. Well, the recovery hasn't been felt in every home or every community yet. It is spreading. And yes, it needs to accelerate the spreading to places like Mullingar and beyond, down to rural Ireland, because that's very important. There's a heartbeat in rural Ireland that needs to be reinvigorated, and it needs sustained and focused and targeted policies to ensure the sustainability of rural villages and rural towns across this country. It's no use having all the developments in the city and urban areas. We must get it down to the rural areas. And one of the big things about rural Ireland is if they're given broadband, we have the entrepreneurs and young innovators who will actually reap the benefits, and we will have telecottage and industry in that where they can communicate across the world and generate jobs in their own areas. It would not be just good for the economy, it would be good for the environment, it would lessen the need for people to have to travel from here eastwards to Dublin and everywhere else. So let's get a proper broadband facilities down to rural Ireland. That's a huge infrastructural deficit in this country. The Irish economy is recovering, unemployment has fallen, and the growth rate of Ireland is the highest in the EU. And indeed, the Taoiseach has played a major role in that, and we want to acknowledge that. 1,000 jobs are being created every week. As a country, we cannot take this opportunity for granted. We need a stable and balanced government with Labour at its heart to ensure that we have a strong economy that will invest in a decent society and will have fairness at the core of that government. We are united because we know that the difference Labour has made in a time of crisis, and we all know how deep the crisis was. But imagine what we could achieve in a time of opportunity. It is our job as Labour Party members to knock on every door, to talk to every friend, relative and colleague, and bring the message home that we need stability and balance in government, not a gamble on an uncertain future. This is no time for casino politics. As Labour Party members, we are standing up for Ireland's future, we are standing up for working people and standing up for jobs. We are a party of work, not a party of dependency. I see it in my own constituency here in Longford, Westmeath. Yesterday I had the pleasure of attending the opening of the new Interest Centre in Mullingar with the Taoiseach, Joan Burton. And it was a very exciting event. And we heard from people who are benefiting from some of the policies that the Labour Party, through the Taoiseach, is putting in place at the heart of government. Over 3,000 people have come off the live register in Longford, Westmeath over the past 5 years. USC cuts for the low and middle income workers are kicking in. And in our manifesto, we shall set out clearly and cogently, and in a very costed, rigorous way, how we continue to get rid of the USC for those under €72,000 over the next 5 years, and indeed also alleviate the PRSI burden, which many people feel is a tax. And the important thing about it is, if it is there, people are entitled to get benefits for what they contribute, and not have them taken away. And that's another area that has to be focused upon in the future. The minimum wage rise to €9.15 has been referred to by Lorraine, and it has taken effect and has given a boost to low-paid workers, especially to working women. I remember when I was in government in March 2011, the Taoiseach and Pat Rabbitt and others gave me the job of dealing with Fine Gael to make sure that the minimum wage reduction of €1, which was agreed to by Fianna Fáil, was reversed. Well, it was a little bit torturous, shall we say, but we got there, because we knew that the minimum wage would be perceived as a floor, and the lower it went, the lower the floor. I am especially proud of my role with my Labour Party colleagues that I played in overhauling Ireland's bankruptcy legislation. And after a great deal of resistance and effort, Labour and Government brought the bankruptcy period from 3 years to 1 year. And this will reduce the ordeal for people facing bankruptcy, allow them to get back up, and again, the sooner the better for individuals, the economy and society. I'm running out of time. But today's conference is not about the past, it's about setting out our stall and showing to the people of Ireland how we'll deliver in government for the next 5 years. I want Labour return to government because we'll safeguard recovery and spread the benefits in a fair and balanced way. That means abolishing USC for low and middle income workers, but ensuring that the highest income earners continue to pay their fair share. Means ensuring that we use the bulk of our resource for investment in essential service, so that we can deliver small class sizes, the smallest class sizes in the history of the state. Free GP care for not just for our children and our elderly, but every person. The state has never sufficiently invested in childcare. As the economy recovers, Labour will change that once and for all, with subsidised childcare for all children under the age of 12 by 2021. A regional investment programme that delivers full employment across rural Ireland, as I said. Full employment with 2.2 million people at work by 2020. The Labour Party is standing up for Ireland's future, and we're ambitious what we can achieve for Ireland. As I knock on doors across Longford and Westmeath, I can point to our track record, and that in spite of the difficult times, as proof of what we will achieve in a second term when we have an economic environment and circumstances that are more benign. We have an excellent story to tell, so let's get out there and tell it. In 2011, the people of Ireland put their trust in the Labour Party to get Ireland working again. In 2016, I have faith that the Irish electorate will entrust the Labour Party to finish the job they started. Go Ramila got Michael.
Comrades, friends, it gives me enormous pleasure now to introduce a woman who has provided huge, strong, reassuring leadership to this party and to the country with vigour, style and grace. I want you all to welcome, please, our leader, Joan Burton. Thank you.
Colleagues and friends, it's a great pleasure to be here in Mullingar, and I'd like to thank Willie Penrose for his warm welcome. Nobody needs reminding of the unique blend of political wisdom, legal skill, and passion for people that Willie brings to the Dáil. But just in case, there was a timely reminder yesterday. Justice Minister Francis Fitzgerald signed the order commencing the legislation that Willie Penrose championed to make our system of bankruptcy a more humane one. Willie fought fiercely for those changes because he knew that despite the strong recovery, many people are still struggling with unsustainable debt. His contribution will reduce the ordeal for people facing bankruptcy and allow them to start over again sooner, which is a good thing for individuals, for the economy and for society. I'm delighted Willie is putting himself forward once again. So when we leave here this weekend, Willie will take his case to the people of Longford Westmeath, and we in the party will take our case to the country as a whole, asking people to return Labour to government. The past 5 years have been turbulent, to say the least, but they've also proven to be transformative. And the priority for progressive voters should be to protect, consolidate, and extend the gains by returning Labour back to government with a sizable block of TDs. Because that's the only way to ensure stable, balanced government. I want to say a word about stability first. This election comes at a time when the global outlook is uncertain. Further economic shocks are a possibility. Europe is confronted by significant challenges, and not just on the economic front. So here in Ireland, we need stability, not uncertainty. That's why I believe it's essential that the current government be re-elected, Labour and Fine Gael together. As a government, we haven't got everything perfectly right. I'd be the first to admit that. But working together with the people, we've embarked on a major programme of economic and social care and repair. By any assessment, I think it's fair to say we've put the country firmly on the road to recovery. And we are absolutely determined not to put that recovery at risk. That's why I want this government returned. We will provide the stability that Ireland needs now. But there's another important element to this government that is often overlooked, and it is this: balance. And I want to tell you what I mean by balance. Labour and Fine Gael have proven beyond doubt that we can work together in the interests of the Irish people. We are parties with different traditions, different values, different priorities. But the Taoiseach and I share a vision for sustainable public finances, for jobs and growth, for a better society. We have different ideas about how to achieve that vision, so each party fights its corner. We have a battle of ideas. We negotiate, we compromise. The centre-left and the centre-right find centre ground. And we reach agreed solutions in the best interests of our people. In that regard, I believe that the Labour stamp on this government has been clear. We've raised the minimum wage, cut USC for low and middle income workers, and we've strengthened workers' rights. We've protected core welfare payments in the worst of times and are now increasing them in a targeted way as resources become available. We legislated for the X case, and we delivered the marriage equality referendum. Fine Gael too could point to the gains they've achieved, and that's the point. The battle of ideas these past 5 years has, in my view, been entirely between the government parties, and it's been a productive one for this country. The opposition, by stark contrast, have nothing to offer in the way of substantial policies. Fianna Fáil nearly bankrupted the country, and they're now totally bankrupt of ideas. Sinn Féin are more concerned about protecting their good Republican friends than actually building a good republic. They don't represent an alternative. They represent renewed incompetence on the one hand, and frankly, something much more sinister on the other. Labour, by contrast, we see the opportunity ahead of us, ahead of our country, to build on the recovery, to use a strong economy, to build a decent society. So the priority for progressive voters should be to return Labour to government, to protect our hard-earned recovery, and use the gains from it to make life better for all our people. So my message to people is this: if you want this government to continue with the job, if you want stable government, if you want balanced government, then you've got to vote Labour, and vote Labour number 1. Labour will stand up for working people, for families, for communities. We'll stand up for equality and the open modern Ireland that all of us in this room believe in. We'll stand up for the progressive policies essential to achieving these goals. Colleagues, we have a fight on our hands over the next few weeks, and I'm relishing it because I know our cause is just. All of us joined the Labour Party because we believe in creating a fairer, more decent, more equal society. So it's time for us to stand up and fight for what we believe in. It's time for us to stand up and fight for that fairer, more equal, more decent society. It's time for us to stand up and take our case to the people with conviction, with confidence, with determination, because we know we are the party that will stand up for the Irish people and for a better Ireland. Thank you.
Colleagues, you now know that we're entering to the TV time, so I would ask you to bear with us in this, and firstly to open the session which will begin. It will last right up until lunchtime, so we have a number of panels now that will take place. It's on your agenda. We're going to be going live on RTE in the next number of minutes, and we're going to do an interactive discussion between the candidates and our host here, obviously, Nora Casey. I want to introduce and thank. So I now want to ask our esteemed Minister, Brendan Howland, to introduce and to open this session. Thank you, Brendan.
Morning, colleagues. Elections are usually about choice. In this election, though, Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin are denying the electorate a choice. An opposition, but not an alternative. Putting party before country. Not prepared to work together. In fact, the only people that Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin are prepared to coalesce with is Labour. Funny, given all they say about us. You see, deep down, they understand the job of work this party has done in turning our country around. When we entered office, the national deficit stood at 32% of GDP. Last year, it was 1.5%. The national debt peaked at 123%. This year, it will fall to just over 90%, around the European average. The Fianna Fáil government was forced to seek Troika assistance when interest rates charged on our bond yields reached 10%. This week, they're at 1%. We have made painstaking progress, exceeding our targets year by year, diplomatically rebuilding our international contacts and influence in Europe, reducing our debt burden by careful and planned negotiation, regaining confidence slowly, inexorably and surely, both with and against strong headwinds. I heard Micheál Martin say we were lucky. Yeah, sure. Labour is the party of the left that gets things done. Others like to talk, but actions speak louder than words. Our position is clear. Neither Fianna Fáil nor Sinn Féin are fit for government. Fianna Fáil, the party that destroyed the country. Sinn Féin, the party that would have made it even worse. Micheál Martin, the man who had the good grace to apologise for what his party had done to our country in 2011, and now pretends that none of it ever happened. The man who left the worst government in our history, but lauds it now. The man whose message to the Irish people is dependent on us all having a bout of national amnesia. The party of the Galway tent that now thinks it's actually left-wing. And of course, Sinn Féin and Gerry Adams do their own amnesia. It's forgotten its vote for the bank guarantee that loaded the bank debt upon the backs of the Irish people. It's forgotten. It's forgotten that it advocated telling the Troika to get lost and take their money with them when nobody else would lend us a bob. It's forgotten that it is the only party entering this election who is actually implementing austerity in the North. And as we know, Sinn Féin have forgotten much, much more. Labour is different. We have delivered the fastest growing economy in Europe, 135,000 new jobs, unemployment in single figures and falling. And at this election, we have a fiscal plan to strengthen that recovery, standing up for Ireland's future, to consolidate the gains we've made in the last few years, to reduce our national debt levels further, to eliminate unemployment, to put money back into people's pockets and invest in public services. More guards, more nurses, more teachers. The completion of Alan's social housing strategy, affordable childcare, universal access to free GP care. But a plan that is based on adherence to our European fiscal rules. A plan based on the published Department of Finance accounts. Commitments costed, detailed, by the only people who are independently authorised to do that. A plan based on no return to the bad old Fianna Fáil days. We've not spent 5 years fixing Fianna Fáil's mess to put our country at risk again. Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin are the threat to our recovery. Independents have no contribution to make or solutions to offer to our national problems. This has been a better government because Labour has been at the heart of it. And the next government would be an infinitely weaker government without Labour at its heart. We are the party that provides not just stable government, but balanced government. Government representative of centre-left as well as centre-right. And we face this electorate with a sense of pride. We inherited a woeful mess and we turned it around. A country now on a firm footing. A country with problems, of course, but now a country with the capacity to solve those problems. We've stood up for Ireland and we will stand up for Ireland's future.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Brendan Howland. Welcome to the Labour Party conference here in Mullingar. I'm Nora Casey and I'll be moderating this session where those of you in the room get to ask questions. Those of you at home can join us on social media. And here on stage, well, I'll be joined by the people who have the answers. Well, that's the plan. I'll be saying stand up a lot, not to get you to jump to your feet, but those of you in the know will know that Labour's key themes for the forthcoming election are standing up for working people, for jobs, for families and for modern Ireland. And this morning our panellists will be addressing those very issues. The technical crew here in the room are streaming live, so you can also follow us in the virtual world by logging on to labour.ie. Our social media, you can find us on Twitter @Labour, and if you want to keep an eye on us on Facebook, well, you can do just that. We're using 2 hashtags today, hashtag LP16 and hashtag StandUp16. Our first panel is Standing Up for Working People, and joining me with Minister Howland of Wexford, who you just heard, are Derek Nolan, TD Galway West, Ciara Conway, TD Waterford, Senator Lorraine Higgins, Galway East, Joanna Tuffy, TD for Dublin Mid-West, Minister Alex White, Dublin Rathdown, Ciarán Lynch, TD Cork South Central, and Senator Susan O'Keefe of Sligo. Now, our first question on the floor is from Jack Eustace. You're very welcome, Jack. Off you go.
Thanks very much. The country's undoubtedly in a better position now than it was when Labour took office in 2011. My question is, how do we make sure that working people feel the benefits in their everyday lives without putting the recovery at risk?
Okay, Jack, well, if I'm reading you correctly, it's how do you make them feel that the recovery is happening where it matters, in their pockets? Minister Howland, can I go to you first, and can you talk to us about the universal social charge?
Sure. The tax plan we have laid out last night is to reward work, to ensure that low and middle income earners take home more of the money that they earn by the sweat of their brow. So we're going to abolish universal social charge for all incomes up to €72,000. Between 72 and €100,000, it'll be capped. You'll still get the benefit of the 72, but you won't get any more. And we're going to claw it back beyond 100,000, so the very high earners on 120,000 plus will get no benefit from our plan. The idea is to put more money into workers' pockets, and we're going to supplement that by also tweaking the PRSI system so that the very lowest paid between 18,000 and up to 36,000 get an extra bonus on top of that. We're going to make work pay.
Brendan, can I just ask you, when is that going to happen?
We're going to do it in 5 budgets, incrementally. It'll cost about €3 billion to do what we want, but in 5 steps we will achieve that incrementally, year by year, between now and 2020.
Jack asked the question, so I assume he knows better than most, but what's your sense? Do people feel, like we talk about the recovery and we talk about the stats and the fastest growing in Europe, do people at this moment in time really feel in their pockets that they're going through a recovery, that they're on the upturn?
I think a lot of people don't. I think the recovery is mixed, even geographically. I mean, we always knew the main urban centres would benefit first, but that's why we have a regional strategy in terms of the jobs focus, and Joan has from the very start insisted that everybody focus like a laser on getting people back to work. Labour is the party of work. Our strategy in every department has been to facilitate people back in work. And the biggest success in the economic data we can present is the falling unemployment rate, because the fear of unemployment and the fear of forced immigration was the thing that I think seared all of us in 2011. We can now provide hope, and it's because the Labour Party was at the heart of the decision making that sense of hope is there. And in a way, it's perverse when you talk to people now. The fear is gone. People don't fear the calamity that overwhelmed us in 2011, and they want to know exactly what a recovered Ireland will look like. And that's why they want a centre-left party at the heart of decision-making.
We might come back actually on the recovery plan, but Derek, can I go to you? If you leave Galway, you're here in Mullingar, I'm looking for you to go a little bit global. Right, so obviously universal social charge wasn't a very popular tax, and what Brendan is saying is it's going to be gone over 5 budgets, and that's based on the premise that we're in a period of recovery and we're not going to hit the buffers again. If you were to scan the horizon, do you see any potential threats out there? I mean, almost daily somebody says, oh, we're in a bubble, it's going to burst again. When you look at China and the volatility, or Brexit, what do you think the threats are there potentially for the next government?
I mean, I think there are threats, and if you're not honest with people if you don't acknowledge that Ireland is an open trading economy that is influenced by how other economies are performing. I mean, if Europe does bad, we do bad. If the United States does bad, we do bad. And there are a number of things out there that are few red flag issues. We have to look at the slowdown in China. And you can see that that's impacting already on currencies and starting to impact on transport costs and the oil price that we're seeing plummeting, which is great for us all getting the diesel at the pumps. But that is happening because there's something going on in the world economy. Also, our nearest neighbour, the UK, which is our largest trading partner, I mean, over half of our exports go to the United Kingdom, are going to have a referendum in just a few months to decide whether they're going to stay or leave the European Union, the so-called Brexit.
Is there good and bad in Britain leaving the European Union?
I mean, I'm sure there might be 1 or 2 positives, but the overall, I think it'd be bad for Ireland to lose our largest trading partner from a single market, and to lose a partner which we have many common policies when it comes to business, when it comes to how we run Europe as a way that works for our economy. And I think it would be bad. But listen, I'm canvassing on doors all the time in Galway, and but what I remember most is actually 5 years ago. I'm meeting people on the streets, knocking on doors. One woman in particular who was, I think, twice or 2.5 times my age. She had retired and lost every penny of her savings, everything she had worked for 40 years. And what people, we live in the now, we live in the next election, but people haven't recovered from that sense of loss from 5 years ago. And the one thing they want from their politics, and the one thing they want at this election, is something that's careful, that's planned, and that is realistic. And I think that the work we've done in our manifesto, as I was involved in, everything we're talking about today has been costed, has been planned, and is there to be done as long as we're careful and as long as we pay heed to those real serious risks, because economic recovery cannot be taken for granted. No. There are real dangers. And I think our record in government, and Brendan has really championed this, we have an excellent economic record and we can be trusted with the economy.
Okay. Derek, can I go local actually to you, Ciara, because Dungarvan, we were talking about it last night, fantastic part of the country, and Waterford, but it was hit badly during the recession. I mean, all the various storms over Christmas prevented me from going out into the main streets, but how does it feel down there now?
Yeah, I mean, I think Waterford, it's well known, the unemployment rate was higher than the national average. But, we're starting to see real movement now following the national trend. People are starting to get back to work. I know that the live register figures between May of 14 and 15 dropped by 10%. Like, that's an incredible feat, I mean, the Southeast as well was one of the first places in the country to have an action plan for jobs. And we're starting to see the reality of that now. I mean, if you drive out towards the industrial part of Waterford, you can see cranes in the sky. And that's because there's a brand new pharmaceutical company, West Pharma, investing hundreds of millions of euros in a greenfield site, and we'll have about 300 additional jobs to all of the other jobs that are currently there. Because I think, there was a lot of things that were taken away by Fianna Fáil, and some of the things was the regional presence of the IDA, and that's something that this government, and the Labour Party in particular, were very vocal about, because, as Brendan has said, the big urban centres are going to see the recovery first, but it's really important that all the elements of the state have a presence in the region. And I think that's what the Action Plan for Jobs, that's what this government has been about driving home the recovery to everybody, in their hometown, in their home city. And I mean, we've all been out on the doors now. This phony war still rages, and we wait for the election.
Are you all
to be
dying
called.
for it to be called?
Yeah, I know.
You must be.
Yeah, you must.
I think the whole country says, "Pop the question, Enda, will you? Get on with it."
Exactly. So, and what one of the happiest things that I've had in the last couple of weeks is been given voter registration forms to people who are after coming home from Australia.
That's a nice idea.
And it's a really good feeling. I met a young man, he was going to give out to me first because I nearly woke his little baby, but we got over that. Just home from Australia with his new baby, anxious to register to vote, anxious to, see a future for themselves here. I mean, and there's not a family in this room, in this country, people watching at home that haven't been touched in that way. My own sister just came home from America after 2 years and is working in Cork. We want to get her back to Waterford.
Get her back to Abbey's side in the garden.
We'll get her back.
Just on that very issue, actually, Lorraine, if I can turn to you and Athenry. So, are the fields low-lying, or are they...
The fields are very much alive these days as a result.
Because actually, we were talking about emigration, and Galway was hit very badly with young people leaving.
And there's no doubt about that. And, as Ciara mentioned there, like herself, I have met people on doorsteps as well who have returned. Yeah. And, when we have significant announcements like Apple, where they're putting 850 million euros worth of an investment in the likes of Athenry, that's going to give more confidence to other multinational investors to locate in Athenry and in rural towns throughout, I think, Ireland. And I suppose that's what this recovery should be about. It should be trickling down out from Dublin and into rural Ireland.
But even in Galway, there must be a sense of a twin-track economy between the city and the rest of the county.
Well, this is one thing that I noticed when I contested the European election. Particularly at that point in time in 2014, there seemed to be a lot of recovery happening in the east coast of Ireland. Back then in 2014 in Galway, it was difficult for people. All our problems haven't been solved. Yeah. We're working towards them now. But people now are hopeful again. They're optimistic about their futures. Compared to 2011 when I was contesting the election, there was a lot of hopelessness and despair. And it's great meeting people on doorsteps who are daring to hope again. And I think that's a very, very big positive from this government, because we have reduced the unemployment figures from 15.1% down to 8.8%. And as a result of that, our tax take is now higher. We can now invest in public services and look to the future and build a social recovery. And at the end of the day, that's only possible with stable government. And the Labour Party provides stable government.
That was a great question, Jack, by the way. And I know that we're going to go back to those themes later on, so we might keep in touch on it. But our next question comes from Fiona Dunn. You're very welcome, Fiona.
Thanks, Nora. Okay, my question for the panel is, now that we have emerged from a period of recession and have learned the lessons of how to manage the economy properly, how can Labour bring the country on through investment and stimulating further economic development?
Okay, and I guess, Fiona, what you mean by that is balancing, is it? Galloping ahead with the economy, but balancing it with the very issue we've just been talking about, risks versus... Yeah, social share. Okay, Joanna, can I go to you? Because, especially because you're in the commuter belt, and sometimes when we are galloping ahead in the economy, we don't get those areas caught up. We don't catch them up. We don't build communities.
Well, I think, my constituency in Dublin Midwest, as you say, it does have a lot of the commuter belt.
Yeah.
So towns like Clondalkin, Lucan, Rathcoole,
Newcastle.
Saggart, Newcastle. And in those areas, obviously there's older settled communities, but there's a lot of new families as well. And during the recession and now, I think a very important issue is job creation. Because like I know a lot of people in my constituency who I represent who lost their jobs, or very often you had families where the couple were both working and one of them lost their jobs, so they were down substantially on their income. Now there's been a lot of improvement in the last couple of years, like the live register has dropped by 1/3, and in Grange Castle, for example, which is a retail industrial park developed by South Dublin County Council, a number of multinationals have announced jobs there, like Microsoft and Google and Pfizer. And then in the Liffey Valley Shopping Centre, there's development there where Pennies are going to open in a month or so, and there's a number of new restaurants and things like that. So things are starting to happen in the constituency. But I think, there's still a lot of people who need jobs, and they need to have the skills to get jobs. So I think it's very important that we invest in education, and I think things like the Springboard initiative has been very successful, where unemployed people can study at 3rd level for free, and it's usually in areas like technology. So, for example, I know somebody in my constituency who was unemployed and just recently got a first-class honour in digital literacy degree. So he's very much well placed to get employment now.
And we're going
things like that,
Yeah, and I think we're going to talk about that a little bit more, because it's a critical issue, particularly in your area. Alex, can I come to you? So I suppose what's the big idea? Like, we've learned the harsh lesson of throwing all our eggs into one basket, and where's our big idea for growth? Is it about foreign direct investment, or is there another plan?
Well, I'd like to pick up on where Joanna left off, actually, because when you come out of Christmas and you need a bit of a lift, one of the great places to go is the Young Scientists exhibition. You could not be more inspired by the young people there from right across the country, a good few schools in my constituency. You get as a TD to go around and visit the projects in your own constituency, and then to see all the incredible energy and potential that there is in that building in those couple of days in January. Picking up on exactly that point that Joanna's making, because young people exhibiting there have actually got as good a grasp as any of us in this room have of the potential that's there for the future, particularly in the whole digital world and digital economy that's now actually developing. I mean, people are talking about a 4th industrial revolution. And we can theorize about that and write papers about it and try to understand it. But it's young people themselves that are actually picking up on these opportunities.
So one of the big growth areas will be these bright, they terrify me when I go to
no,
Young Scientists. They're far
and
too clever.
you talk to people sometimes at the Young Science Exhibition and say, well, what do you hope for the future? A job for life? They would laugh at the idea sometimes. Yeah. I mean, some young people would think that the idea of a job for life is a threat. Yeah. And not an opportunity. Many of us think a job for life. But I think there's a serious point there, which is young people understand that the nature of work has changed, and we've got to follow that up as well. So the question is, what do we do to forward the recovery? We have got to invest. We've got to invest, as Joanna rightly says, in schools, in 3rd level institutions, in research institutions, and actually sometimes in business.
And what else? Like, you talked about energy there in terms of the children. Yeah. What about energy?
Well, I think one of the things that you see, again at the Young Scientists, but right across the country, young people, PhD graduates coming out of colleges, is they're so attuned to the green energy revolution as well. Yes. And they understand that new opportunities lie there, whether it's in terms of renewable energy, energy efficiency projects. People are right across that in this country, and there's an incredible amount of work going on in the research institutions and the universities.
And could we be at the heart of that?
And young Irish people are picking up on that opportunity. And we as politicians and as government have got to support that, have got to nurture that, and we are doing so. And I think sometimes we actually, Enterprise Ireland is a great organisation, investing in startups, actually taking equity in small businesses that are trying to get off the ground. And nowhere do you see that more but in the area of the green energy revolution. Yeah. We've got a fantastic opportunity here. Look at the ocean energy opportunity, Beaufort and Cork and UCC. An amazing sense of initiative and potential there in Cork. And it's not just in Cork, it's all across the country. So I've got great hopes for young people for their employment. And, you know, working for big companies, yes, as, you know, Lorraine was saying, but also a lot of people are going to be working for themselves, you know. People are going to work freelance, and we've got to get our heads around this, like, as well as governments and as a Labour Party. We've got to defend people and people's interests in big companies and big employments, but a lot of the people who support us will be working for themselves, and they need protection sometimes as well. So we've got a lot of work to do, and Jed, I think, is very aware of that, and we all are, that we've got to actually respond to the changing nature of work. But I'm just full of, you know, optimism for our young people in this country.
Just before we leave this conversation, and talking of energy, are you tired? Are you not wrecked? Here he's talking about a boost after Christmas, and you got the banking inquiry.
I've actually booked a 4-week trekking holiday in Cork to Central North.
Glad to hear it. You find yourself there, you know, at the hostel asking them direct questions. But seriously, going back over, like, you know, Fiona was talking about learning the lessons from the past. So did we learn the lessons from it? Was it important to go back?
I think the key thing about the bank inquiry is that you do not now see that as the end of the process. There are lessons to be learned, and there are lessons for the future, and there are still changes that need to be made. But I think one thing that has not changed has been the Irish people's desire to be able to affordably buy a home of their own someday. And I think that is why it's critical that Labour are in the next government, because Labour are not just about standing up for working families, it's about realising the ambitions of working people, and every working person in this country should be able to afford a home of their own when they go to work.
Can I ask you something honestly? Now, you all switch off to listen to this. When you were going through all of that, the banking inquiry, at any point did you say, is this worth it?
There were very, very challenging moments in it, and I think if the question was to me, do I regret doing it? No, I don't. I think it was an experience that was certainly added to my learning of that crisis period, but I think more importantly, I think the Irish public had to see what actually happened and to have the best story actually told to them. My biggest lesson that I would come away from the bank inquiry is that this can happen again if we don't remember what actually happened and we don't learn from those lessons. And what we now need is a functioning banking system. If I could commend, and it's not just because I'm in Mullingar, the work that Willie Penrose has done on the bankruptcy legislation. And this is dealing with the legacy of the past and the crisis and the household pain that was inflicted right across the country. Work still needs to be done in this area, but we also need to talk about the future. Lorraine was speaking about Apple in Galway. Apple have been in Cork for many decades now. They employ about 4,500 people, and Ireland has been very, very good, and Labour and government has been very good of bringing in foreign direct investment into this country. But we also need to focus upon our own domestic economy. Retail is the biggest single employer in this country. Outside of the public sector, we need to regenerate our towns and city centres, getting our high streets now working again. And we also need to develop small and medium enterprises to become larger. A great success story in Cork is Dan and Linda Kiley. They started out with a very, very small company in Voxpro. 6 people working there, now over 1,000 people, and extending into the United States. They are a great example of how Irish indigenous companies can be grown, and it's critical that Labour and government to make that happen.
Don't be going on your trekking holiday yet. I have a feeling you'll be busy for the next few weeks. Susan, you also sat on the banking inquiry. I read your opinion piece actually, so I know how strongly you felt about it. But maybe picking up on the idea of, we learned the lessons, where do we go into the future? You know what I was saying to Alex about, let's not do the property thing again. And you're in Sligo, North Leitrim, my mother comes from. So what's the future there? If you're to think of something that would stimulate growth in your area, is it tourism?
Well, certainly I think it probably should have been called the bunker inquiry, because that's what it felt like by the end. And we did have a bit of a bunker mentality, and I would echo what Kieran said about it's not just simply learning the lessons, it's about really applying them. And it's about making sure that people who come in to work in the civil service and public service and banks actually are taught about how we need to look out for the warning signs and how we always need to be careful about what we're doing. And then when you look at a place like Sligo, Leitrim, and I have an extended constituency that takes in now West Cavan and South Donegal, probably one of the most beautiful and unspoiled parts of Ireland, although I'm sure there's people who'd compete with me in the audience. But certainly for us, sustainable jobs that would be built on tourism is really what I see as the future. But not tourism in that small word, but as a world-class destination where we combine the best of our culture, our music, our poetry, and of course I've been hugely involved in the William Butler Yeats project for last year, and in understanding that once we know what we want and laying it out to government and saying, we have something real to offer here. Let's look at Ireland on the west coast as being different to the east coast, and let's say it can be a world-class destination. What we need to do now is work with government, with the Western Development Commission, with Fáilte Ireland, with the Department of Tourism, as we have done in the last year in relation to Yeats, but take that forward and develop that so we can build sustainable jobs where we live. And so we're not just thinking about foreign direct investment, which has a real value, but really where we are, our value is in the authentic beauty and the people and the culture. And it's something extraordinarily Irish. When you go abroad, they are the things that people talk about.
Absolutely.
They are our brand in the world, and we should be really proud of them, and I'm really proud of them, and that's what I'm passionate about. And I believe that that northwest piece can stand out and be a different place for the right reasons, and that we need to work together as we have done.
Don't be telling them. It's the most beautiful place in the world. I actually resist writing about it because I don't want anyone to go there. It's stunningly beautiful.
I mean, a bit of us always says, but that's what's perfect about it, is that, you know, but we really do need to sustain that beauty, to not spoil it. And in a way, I'm kind of glad that we haven't done the, as I said, that big tourism piece. We need now to be very canny about how we build it and how we create something really special for a very special place. And part of the work that we do will be, I hope in the next government, is about understanding the difference between regions in Ireland. Ours is different, the southeast is different, the east is different. And a mature government begins to understand that.
But plenty of potential going into the future.
Absolutely. I mean, problems, but potential is what I certainly recognise. And if you have public representatives that recognise potential, you then can really build and drive and create.
And Minister Howland, can I go back to you just on the bigger picture that Fiona was painting? So learning the lessons from the past, looking at where we're going in the future. You have a bold and ambitious plan, which is very costly, I assume, about abolishing universal social charge under 72,000. Where's the balance in terms of the economic growth?
Yeah. Well, firstly, we've been very prudent in mapping out the fiscal space we have. That is the amount of money between tax reductions and spend over the next 5 years. We're going to spend it at a ratio of 3 to 1, investing in public services. So the plan that I've laid out last night to reduce universal social charge on all middle and low earners will cost 3 billion euros. We're going to deploy 9 billion euros in improving health and education and childcare and all the things we've talked about. It is prudent. It is within the parameters validated by the Department of Finance in terms of the fiscal space available. But it is predicated on a steady hand on the tiller. And that's the other side of it.
I have a question for you from somebody on Twitter, Adam Hurley. Why are you capping USC at 72,000?
Well, we capped the benefit at 72,000 because we want to focus this on middle income and low earners. Bluntly, Labour believes in having a taxation system that is fair and that is strong enough to withstand bumps on the road, but also will provide the wherewithal to invest in education, to invest in the arts, to invest in all the things that we as a party stand for. That's why we're going to cap the benefit at 72,000, but up to 100,000, you'll still get that level of benefit.
But over 100,000?
Over 100,000, we start clawing that back, and that's fair. And you get no benefit at all for that small number of people who earn 120,000 euros. They will not pay more tax, but they won't pay less tax under our proposal.
Okay, thank you very much, Fiona, for the question. I need somebody to kind of wrap that up, and I'm kind of pouncing on people, so Alex, how about you? Just any of the rest of you come up know that I'm doing that, so keep your tweets coming in. Hashtag LP16, hashtag StandUp16. Thanks, Alex.
Well, Thanks very much. I mean, could there be a greater advocate for the North West and for Sligo and Leitrim than Susan O'Keefe? I don't think there could be. And, you know, she makes the point, and others did as well, about, and Derek Nolan made this point, about, you know, threats, external threats, difficulties, problems that there are in the world. And we do live in an uncertain world. There are many uncertainties and challenges there, and we understand that as a party of government as much as anybody else. But there are great opportunities as well. And the great thing about this conference and this moment in Ireland is that we're able now to look to the future in a much more positive, optimistic way. And I think that's one of the themes of our conference this weekend, is the opportunity that this country now has, the great opportunity that this country has to move forward, and Labour's role in that will be absolutely critical. And when we talk about standing up for working people, what we mean by that is ensuring that people have jobs, because a job is the great enabler. A job is what you need in order to ensure that you have the resources to be able to live your life and to live a fulfilling life, you and your family. It's also the best route out of poverty. A job is what actually gives you fulfillment in life and gives you the opportunity to look forward to the future with a positive sense. So each and every one of our colleagues here has demonstrated how important a changed economy and a recovered economy has been in their areas. And what Labour will do in government in the coming period, if we are returned, is continue that and to heighten that process of economic development, new jobs, regional development right across our country. And it's not just any job that we talk about, because Labour has also played a huge part, always historically and are now and into the future, in making sure that jobs are real and that they are protected and that people's incomes are protected and that they have an opportunity to fight for better working conditions and to do so through their trade unions. And that's why we believe in trade union rights. We believe that trade unions are extremely important in order to help people advance their own material conditions and to fight for a better future for themselves. So, as we look to the future, and as I said, all of the potential that's there, we were mentioning earlier, this new digital world that we live in. We know that the nature of work is changing. We know that people are looking at different opportunities for themselves. But they need a party in government that will fight for their interests, fight for them in employment, fight for them to ensure that they have good childcare in their communities, proper health services, education, investment in education, investment at all levels of education is absolutely critical for the future of our young people and the future of our country. And that's what we'll do as a party in government if we return there. So in every single respect, we are standing up for working people, we're standing up for families, and we're standing up for communities. And that's why we respectfully say to the Irish people, put Labour back in government, you need us there.
Thanks, Alex. Right, we have lots of tweets coming in. Can't read them all out. We have an interesting one from Michael O'Sullivan. Michael asked, how do we ensure recovery spreads through all regions and all economic sectors? In fact, we're going to be talking about that in a minute. Keep them coming in. Hashtag LP16 and hashtag StandUp16. Keep the conversation going. We have a brand new panel. The conversation is going to be about standing up for jobs. Welcome to Minister Jed Nash of Louth, Minister Sean Sherlock, Cork East, Eric Byrne, TD for Dublin South Central, Councillor Carrie Smith, candidate in Dún Laoghaire, Minister Anne Phelan, Carlo Kilkenny, Arthur Spring, TD for Kerry, Emmett Stagg, TD Kildare North, and Councillor Mark Wall, who is the candidate in Kildare South. Now, before they get to talk, I'm going to go over to Sarah Lawler, who has our first question for this session. Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks. Lots of young people were forced to emigrate during the deep recession, but are now considering returning home. How can we keep creating the type of jobs that will ensure that they return and stay?
Thanks, Sarah. I guess 500,000 left since 2008, mostly outside of Dublin. We'd love to have them home, but as you say, how do we ensure that we have the jobs for them to come back to? I'm going to go to the man who's in charge of jobs. We'd love to have them back, certainly the brightest and the best before someone else scoops them up, but do we have a plan to get them back?
We absolutely do. Nora, we were founded in 1912 as the Party of Work. And the Labour Party makes absolutely no apologies for being obsessed with work. There's a dignity about work, I think that the Labour Party uniquely understands. It's not just about getting your paycheck at the end of each week or the end of each month. It's about being respected in the workplace and being valued in the workplace and making your contribution to society. Yes, we've had far too many people who, for a variety of different circumstances, have had to leave this country to find work, particularly from 2008 to about 2011, 2012. But now, as Ciara said earlier on, people are coming back. Members of our own families who've had to leave this country, coming back to good, decent, sustainable jobs. We've got a stable economy now. We've got an action plan for jobs that's working. We've created 140,000 new jobs over the last 3 to 4 years because of that action plan for jobs. And when I went into the Department of Jobs, one of my key focuses was to make sure that we spread the economic recovery right across this country. It's our ambition that we reach full employment by 2018. That's a very, very strong Labour ambition.
What
that's
does that mean?
Absolutely achievable. It means that everybody who wants a job and everybody who needs a job has a job. And that's really important. It's about the dignity of work, providing people good, decent opportunities to work, and to make sure as well that they're well paid and well looked after when they're in the workplace.
And Joan, I just go to Sean actually. We were talking earlier on about foreign direct investment versus startups, the two twin engines that drive our economy. I guess it would be great if all our returners came back and said, I want to work in the areas where there are multinationals, but quite a lot of them, we should have Ireland income pregnancy sticks. So as soon as somebody has a child and they're away from home, they want to come back to where they grew up. They want to be close to their mother, their father, the school they went to. So startups are a very important part of that engine.
Indeed, and if I was talking to somebody in Brisbane or Berlin today, what I'd be saying to them is that, you know, if you're thinking about coming home, the jobs are not just in Dublin or in the larger urban conurbations. Increasingly, we're finding that we're winning jobs in foreign direct investment in towns like, for instance, in Fermoy, where recently biopharmaceutical company from Pennsylvania, ABEC, is creating 100 jobs, and they're looking for skilled labour. We're also seeing, for instance, in towns like Mitchelstown, big investments by Dairygold now. They're also looking for skilled labour. So what we've done is we've created targets through Enterprise Ireland, through the Action Plan for Jobs, to say that, and working with the local enterprise offices to say that we want to see more high potential startups. That is, the typical intergenerational family companies, we want to see them scaling up. Typically, they are engineering companies such as, for instance, EPS in Mallow.
And what might jeopardise that? Is it the lack of skilled labour?
I think we're working on getting the skills right, but if somebody is in Brisbane watching this, for instance, then, you know, the chances are that they have a skills pool that has been added to by virtue of their experience abroad. And we are proactively seeking to put people in touch with companies in Ireland because we want our people to come home. And what we're seeing is that, yes, in certain sectors there are skills. In the software engineering sector, for instance, there are certain skills shortages, to answer your question. But what we're seeing in other sectors like food and agribusiness, medical devices, through the research infrastructure, we put together a 300 million package which sees industry working with academia, working with research partners now to create new thematic areas of research like food, and that will need skilled labour, and we have that skilled labour here in this country.
And on that point, Sean, actually, can I turn to you, Emma, because you're in Maynooth, and let's talk about skills, because it's all very well saying that there are highly skilled people there that we want to attract back to take on jobs in foreign direct investment companies. But there are also a lot of people who got left behind who have skills that are no longer useful. And look at all the people who've left Extravision. How do we bridge the gap between people who have skills that are no longer valuable to the economy and upskill them so that they can take part in this new growth we have?
Probably the biggest problem facing the government when they came to power was the high level of youth unemployment. That has been tackled now, and the numbers have dropped quite dramatically. But there's a whole pool of people still there, and there's upskilling needed. I'm not just talking about academic qualifications now. I'm talking about mechanics. I'm talking about plumbers. I'm talking about plasters. I'm talking about electricians. And there is a scheme now in place, but it's not enough. And I'll argue that with the incoming government, that it's not enough. There's about 4,000 places have been created for apprentices of various sorts. We need to put in place a lot more than that to meet the gap that is there now in the building industry and all the other areas that the colleagues have talked about. To close that gap and ensure that people who are available for work are qualified for the work that's available. And that's the essential thing we're doing. are attempting to do, and quite amount of it has been done, but there's a lot more to be done. And one of the things that's needed is actually put premises in place, or make premises available for the training of apprentices through Solus and
available locally.
Having them available locally. And as all politics are local, there's a very good proposal before the Department of Education at the moment for an excellent training area in conjunction with trade unions and the VEC and Intel in Maynooth, and it would be an excellent.
As you say, all politics are local.
it would be an excellent pilot scheme for the whole country, and I'd advocate it's going ahead immediately. But that's the type of thing we need.
I agree. Yeah.
Actually, space places to training people. There's a number of people on phase 2 now, 500 I think at the moment on phase 2, and they need places now for the next phase.
And you have Intel out there as a big employer, but Carrie, you also have Microsoft. I mean, you're lucky you're in one of those areas that has already attracted a significant amount of multinationals. So I guess the question for you is, how do you hold on to them? And how do you grow? Because in your area, are you at the point of saturated employment? There are other areas of the country where people need jobs, but in your area there's a lot of employment.
Yeah, I suppose it's important that the foreign companies wishing to come to Ireland are supported by the IDA, because in 2014 the foreign companies employed 174,000 people, and it's not just the employment, it's also the economic impact. They paid $9.5 billion in payroll, they purchased $2.5 billion in Irish products, and they also spent $11 billion on Irish services. And they also, it's important that we attract these modern industries to Ireland, such as the pharma, the technological and the financial services,
and what's so in the future, where do you see all of that going in your own area? Would you see it being another Silicon Valley, attracting startups, or more multinationals?
Well, I think we need the multinationals, but we also need to ensure that the Irish small to medium-sized companies that provide, in sectors such as tourism and food are supported, are equally as important as the foreign companies as well. And just to touch on another point, to attract our younger people to come back to Ireland, we need to make sure there's an environment of good, secure jobs, plus affordable housing, safer communities, improved infrastructure, and schooling, and a competitive economy.
There's no point in bringing them home if that's
yes,
again
to attract them home and
to
keep them here as well. Because I've met a couple of people on the doors since I started canvassing at the end of July, and people that have actually come home in the last year, but they're kind of questioning, will they stay? So we need to ensure that they do stay and that more people come home.
And on that point, if you have any comments at home or you want to join the conversation, we're live on labour.ie across the world, and you're watching Labour Conversations in Mullingar as part of their annual conference. Keep your tweets coming in. On to our next question. It comes from Councillor Duncan Smith. You're very welcome, Duncan.
Thank you. During the economic boom, there were lots of jobs available right throughout the country, but unfortunately these jobs proved to be unsustainable in the long term. What can we do to ensure that younger people have good jobs, fair jobs, with good terms and conditions, that pay well and that are spread out throughout the country?
So in all pockets of the country. The big dilemma, I guess, in a fast-moving economy is to ensure that everybody's on board and everyone's on board in terms of their pockets. And can I turn to you in terms of rural development? We were talking earlier about the success of getting foreign direct investment in various pockets of the country, but nonetheless there are still huge swathes of the country that still need more investment.
Yes, there are huge swathes of the country that need much more development. The area in which I work is actually very local, on a very community based. We're delighted with the foreign direct investment if and when we can get it in. That's always the icing on the cake. But where I work, it's with villages and towns, very rural communities. We put all our eggs in one basket during the boom, where we looked to construction. Everything was concentrated on construction, and we neglected tourism, we neglected agri-food, we neglected artisan food production. And now, with my role in government, I'm looking at these areas now that are very local jobs. I'm talking about creating like 5 to 10 jobs in any rural area, which will have the impact of a foreign direct investment. I was in Banagher just the other day, and we were in a very rural community driven hub that employed 37 people in a very, very rural part of Ireland. If I was announcing a foreign direct investment of 37 people, I would be very happy. So I work...
Is it about startups then, about encouraging, because there's been thousands of new startups in the past year?
Yeah, and it certainly is looking at the startup, but it's also about encouraging people also to take the plunge that they become self-employed. It's about government supporting them. But one of the big issues across rural Ireland is broadband. I see broadband as being the great equaliser.
Alex has just gone.
The great equaliser. Alex has just gone, but I work very, very closely with Alex. There was a time when we had, it was a policy where we had a road of economic importance that got priority. I'm delighted to say that Labour in government has now made broadband that road of now economic importance, and I know that there are communities...
And when will we see that? I know that if I was speaking for everybody out there, it would be about broadband. When is that going to happen?
That is beginning in 2016 and is going to be rolled out to 2020. So it's watch this space. I know it's been very driven. I know the Minister and myself have made it a priority for us in government. So we are looking to broadband as being the great equaliser. Also, just to come back to the point about immigration and our young people emigrating, I, as a mammy of somebody who emigrated to Australia a number of years ago, I'm hoping to get her back. She's talking about coming back, but she tells me that when she went to Australia first, all of the parties she went to were people coming out. She's going to very few parties now because most of her friends and Irish people have actually come home, and they're all getting very good jobs, very good jobs.
And Anne, we'll come back to that in a second. I just want to... Eric, can I bring you in there? Because my father used to say, good, solid, dependable job. I started as a nurse. So, no, I was paid in job satisfaction for about 5 years. It wasn't good. When we say earn a living, which was his phrase, like what we really meant was we wanted people to earn a living. And then we started talking about the minimum wage, the minimum amount that you could earn.
Yes, I think it's the key issue, particularly in my constituency. As you know, the huge working class constituency spreads from Cherry Orchard down to Oliver Bond Flats. I think with Jed sitting in front of me, I think we ought to applaud Jed in creating this his low pay commission. The Labour Party are extremely proud that we have now given 2 increases to those on the basic minimum wage. But we're talking about creating 2 million jobs. We're on the verge of the first million. We're talking about 2 million by 2020. And what's of vital importance to the Labour Party is that these people who enter employment have a satisfactory job with decent wages and conditions. That's why the Labour Party are to the fore in creating this new policy of a living wage. And I think it's important to applaud those employers who have come on board the concept of the living wage, like IKEA, like Lidl, and they should, I think, almost mimic the international movement called the fair trade movement, where you buy fair trade goods which are produced fairly and environmentally friendly, and a sense of responsibility. If you can target employers, more and more employers, and get them involved in this movement, and give them a logo, that people, when they see this is a fair trade, or this is a fair wage employer, that people will intend to engage more and more with them.
It's almost a recruitment vehicle.
And it's very productive. The workforce are very happy working in these environments. So look, we're going into the future. We can't leave anybody behind. We've always argued in the Labour Party of the value of work. If you are going to work, you should be remunerated to the extent that you can have a decent living standard. So look, we're all behind this movement, and I think it's important that the trade union movement engage with employers, engage with political parties, and move the standard of living up for the
everyone.
next tier of workers in a particular category.
And Arthur is sitting right next to him, and I have a phrase that I say to people in pockets of the country where there's no work. If you can't get a boss, be your own boss. So you are a business owner yourself, and that's the reality for a lot of people. I mean, earlier Alex was talking about all these bright young things that the young scientists. I mean, these guys, they're going to go out and start their own businesses.
I have a phrase also, vote with your note. So take out your money and vote where you're going to actually use it, and do it locally. And to get back to what Eric was saying there as well, if you want to support good employers, do it by spending your money there. And there's also a phrase, we need to shop locally. I was at John B. Keane, who would have been a neighbour of my grandmother in Listowel. And his wife's funeral, Mary Keane, was recently. And one of the great accolades that she said was, if you don't shop locally, how do you expect to have a shop to shop locally in? So you got to support your own, and if you believe that people should be paid a fair wage, you go to a place that actually acknowledges that as well. Duncan asked a great question. There are two parts to it. You look at macroeconomics and it's boring, but at the same time, if you have an unsustainable model, Duncan, whereby credit leads to construction and it's over 25% of GDP, well, you're going nowhere. You're going to have a collapse, you're going to have boom and bust cycles. We don't want to go back there. You need to have a multiple-engined economy. You need to have tourism, you need to have food, you need to have retail, you need to have all the foreign direct investment that you can into
And actually,
it.
Arthur, we have a tweet in that you might answer for me. So from Ivana C. How do you ensure that jobs are green and sustainable? Just going on from what you've just said.
Straight out of I'll tell you, renewable energy is something that I'm very passionate about. I've studied it, I know a lot about it, and I think we have enormous capability. As a matter of fact, we have the most proficient area in the entirety of Europe at creating renewable energy, whether it's wind, wave, tidal, biomass. You put all that together, the opportunities are there for us as a country, not only for FDI, but also locally. And if you look at your core competencies in a particular area like Kerry, we don't have the infrastructure that Dublin has. There are particular businesses that Dublin does better than we do. But we've got great skills, and you look at those skills and you hone the employment to those areas. But you also say that this is for the purposes of having a good public sector, which we want to see in the country. The biggest employer in the country is public sector. In Kerry, for example, over 10,000 people are working in the public sector. The public sector this month is seeing a wage restoration, an increase in wages. Not only that, but they're also seeing the USC being reduced. So they're seeing a further increase in their net take-home pay.
And the impact in Kerry is bigger, obviously.
Pardon me?
The impact in Kerry would be much bigger because of that, you know, the wage increase and the reduction.
Absolutely.
In tax, yeah.
The shops
the
are going
economy.
to see it, the coffee shops. And it also gives a little bit of confidence into people that they can go in and refurb their houses, and they can employ tradespeople, as Emmett was alluding to earlier on, that the plasterer, the plumber, the painter, that they're all getting back to work. And that's what we're about. Jed rightly alluded to the fact we want people to get back to work. We want this country to be a fantastic place to live in, for people to work in, to look after children, to look after the old and the sick. Business is key to it. Public sector is key to it. We marry both of them together, and we're going to have a great country over the next 5 years, so that's where the Labour Party wants to be in government.
Thanks, Arthur. Mark. It's inevitable that in government you see things in 5-year terms, which is absolutely right. I have a child of 17, so you know when we talk about the future and what's going to happen, and he's sitting around saying, what am I going to be? What will I be when I grow up? What is the future? Like, because we've just seen a generation leave and go away, and we're now bringing them back and hoping nobody else steals them. But what is the future for the children who are going to graduate in the next year or two?
Well, I suppose from Kildare South, which is the area that I'm putting myself forward for in relation to Norway, we saw some great news recently in relation to Pfizer's and Procter & Gamble, who are creating those jobs that we need in Kildare South. And I suppose that's very important. And we also have the retail jobs that people have spoken about as well. And they're coming on board as well, I suppose. And we have seen those jobs coming in Town. We're going to see them in Kildare Town. Kildare Village has expanded recently, creating those jobs that are needed, I suppose. And we have some as well, further jobs in Super Value in Newbridge. And that's important. They're happening locally. But I'd just like to touch on Duncan's question in relation to the whole skills base. And again, I'm just probably going to clash a little bit with Emmett in relation to this. We'll both be wearing the white jersey tomorrow in Cusick Park against Westmeath. But I suppose today, just in relation to try and create and identifying those young people that don't have the skills and upskilling people. Look, I've been working closely with the ETB, and Emmett touched on that. in relation to that. And we've identified South Kildare as a place that needs that training and upskilling. And we've created 2,800 places there for upskilling and training people, I suppose, Nora. And that's where we need to get to. And those are in what Arthur is mentioning in relation to upskilling and getting those people ready for the construction jobs and the retail jobs that are coming on board. And we're also using, I suppose, ex-public buildings in Crookstown, in Athy, where the training centres are being located. And that's what we want. We want those people from Ratangan right across Castledermot, Ballymore, Kilcullen, all those people to get upskilled and trained, because the jobs are coming. There's no doubt about that. And we want them ready for when those jobs come.
That's great. That fills in with what Emma said as well. Actually, Duncan, can I just go back to you on any comments that you have about the conversation so far?
No, I don't think we can underestimate what Labour's done in government. I mean, I met two of my cousins there on just after New Year, and they both were working in the services industry. And when Labour came into government, they were earning $7.65 an hour. Now they're earning $9.15, and that makes a real difference. And that's just one leg of what Labour's implemented. And the Labour Parliamentary Party, and the last couple of years led by this man sitting to your left, have done so much, but the job's not over yet, and we need to continue it. And I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Thanks, Sean, can I just go back to you briefly, just on the issues around the new growth, the new areas for jobs and the skills gap, especially around the apprenticeship issues. There's a plan for that?
There is a plan on apprenticeships, but I think what we're seeing is that there was a certain loss of that skill set over the last number of years, because what we're finding now is that people are who are building in the construction industry, in the plumbing and allied trades.
Well, they're off in Australia and Canada building their roads. And
But what I spoke to a civil engineer last week who told me that they can't get those vital skills now at the moment as the economy regenerates. So, as Emmett was saying earlier on, as what we've been talking about, and Jan will be talking about this as well, is just you need to be able to ensure that you have the throughput of the traditional skills. But the ETBs, the Educational and Training Boards, the former VCs, are doing a lot of work in relation to that, as are the Institutes of Technology. And there has been a serious gap analysis done by the HEA in relation to that, the Higher Education Authority, and there's a lot of work ongoing in ensuring that we have the necessary skills base, but also that you ensure that there's proper accreditation for those skills when they are required. A bit like the German model, if you will, where, to be an apprenticeship or to come through an apprenticeship model, it is extremely strong.
And Sean, can I just challenge you just a little bit?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Why Labour then? Is any other government doing the same thing? Is it happening anyway? This, the jobs, full jobs by 2018. So tell me why Labour needs to get into government to do that.
I think what you need, jobs are not magicked out of the air. People have accused us, and they say it's external factors. The price of oil, low interest rates are now having a knock-on benefit effect for the economy. What we're saying is that the biggest funder of business, in terms of work through the local enterprise offices, through Enterprise Ireland, through ID Ireland, is the state. It is the taxpayer through their hard-earned tax euros. That money is utilised to attract foreign direct investment. I spoke about ABEC earlier on. You don't win an ABEC, a biopharmaceutical company coming in to service the pharmaceutical sector throughout Ireland in a town like Fermoy. You don't win that investment unless you have IDA people resourced in North America, in Asia, in Japan. That is the state, and that's led by, I've served an enterprise, Jed is serving an enterprise. It's good ministers who can see the value of that and who say, look, send our people out to the world, give them the resources to be able to attract that. At the same time, then you have a twin-track approach with Enterprise Ireland saying, okay, we have the action plan for jobs. That's the policy framework. Distill that down. You fund Enterprise Ireland, we'll say capacity. You fund local enterprise offices so that you can support the businesses. So if I take EPS in Mallow, a traditional engineering company, over 50 years in existence, intergenerational, that has now moved into a place where it is selling services in the water and infrastructure sector into places like Africa, building out new alliances, for instance, in Saudi Arabia. And that's through a government an interventionist policy that says we need to support the Enterprise
Let me
Ireland
just-
to be able to do that.
And that's a good point, but Arthur, you want to come in quickly?
Yeah,
And
sure.
heads up first. I'm picking on you to wrap this. just so
Okay,
you know.
I think the ID is doing a fantastic job of promoting the country internationally. I think the last time that the Labour Party had a minister...
Sorry, could I just stop you for 2 seconds?
Yeah.
Because the Taoiseach, Joan Burton, has joined us in the hall, I think, now? Yes.
All right.
So for those of you who don't know, we're school sisters. Joan and I went to the same school, Stanhope Street, in Stony Batter, although she did a little bit better than me, I think. Sorry, Arthur, go ahead.
Nice. No, we're just saying that the idea doing a great job internationally of trying to attract people to the country. We want to get them into the regions. The last time the Labour Party had a minister in Kerry, we had an IDA office in Kerry, Sean, not just Cork, if you don't mind. And so that's when we need to get to the point where we knocked up those ones. Yeah, but we want to get it into the regions, and the stat at the moment is that it's going towards areas outside of Dublin. You look at the skills, you develop the skills, as Marx is saying, locally, but like when you get an announcement in an area like Tralee, it gives confidence. €6 million being spent by the IDA developing an advanced manufacturing facility, put pharmaceutical or medical devices inside it. That's wonderful news.
Let him
That's
get
what
in
we need
really
to do.
quickly, because
I
then
think
we're
it
nearly
does.
finished.
We'll
We're
beat
out
it
of
tonight. Don't worry.
Just to say, to remind the audience that the most satisfactory moment on a door in my constituency was last night, when a lady cried and thanked me for the fact that her kid was now an apprentice carpenter. The apprenticeships are phenomenally important to people in our country. And the construction projects that are now in vogue in my constituency is phenomenal. And there's employment there. I see only 10 people applied for plastering. I hope now that the word goes out, there's plenty of vacancies for apprentices, given the beautiful growth in the economy in this country.
We need
Located in Clare South.
No, we're out of time. I'm sorry. I'm going to get Jed to wrap.
Nora, just while Jed is moving over to the podium there, we also, while we keep talking about foreign direct investment, we mustn't forget about the homegrown, very large industries that we have here ourselves. I'm talking specifically about one that we have in Kilkenny, which is Glanbia, which is actually a huge international industry now out of agri-food.
And we need more Glanbia.
And we need more Glanbia.
Definitely.
Thank
Yeah. Thank you.
you.
Hear her. So over to you, Jed. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much, Nora. I think we had a really engaging discussion here so far this morning. Guys, Labour has always stood up for jobs. We've always stood up for opportunities, and not just in certain parts of the country, but right across the country. Because Labour is a national party that wants to see the recovery not just spread right across the country into every region, but into the pockets and purses of every single person right across this country. We've heard from Carrie about the importance of foreign direct investment. We've heard from Arthur and Sean about the importance of supporting our Indigenous enterprise. That's why I'm very proud of my involvement with Enterprise Ireland, who's had its most successful year in terms of job creation for Indigenous Irish companies last year. Labour always invests in our economy. Labour always supports jobs, and Labour will continue to stand up for jobs and opportunities right across this country. We will deliver not just a strong society, but a decent economy. All of Labour's policies are aimed at growing and strengthening the economy, because it's only through that and through well-paid, decent work that we can have the type of economic prosperity that the Labour Party has always stood over and always promoted. 5 years ago, there were 1,000 jobs being lost in this economy, in this society each week. Now we are creating 1,000 jobs a week. And just last year, 60,000 of those jobs were full-time jobs. And that's a remarkable turnaround for our economy and for our citizens. And we believe that by 2018, we will have full employment. That's the Labour Party's ambition, and only the Labour Party in government can achieve that. But what we have made clear is that we in Labour have no interest in jobs at any price. We have no interest in the spread of casual labour at the lowest wages. We've already increased the minimum wage twice in the term of this government, and it's our ambition to make sure that our national minimum wage becomes essentially a living wage by 2021, where people working in the lowest paid sectors of our economy get to enjoy an hourly rate of the equivalent of $11.30 an hour this year. in terms of this year's prices. And we will ensure as well that the state and all of the state's agencies become living wage employers, because our state needs to lead by example. And as well as tackling low pay, we are committed to tackling the causes of insecurity in the workplace, including exploitative employment contracts, bogus self-employment and insidious bullying in the workplace. Labour is standing up for jobs and opportunities, because Labour always stood up for opportunities and jobs, and Labour will always stand up for jobs and opportunities in this country. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Deb. Moving to a new panel. Have you noticed our Twitter wall? It can be seen around the conference hall, and you too could be up there, so keep your tweets coming in. It's hashtag LP16 and hashtag StandUp16. We're moving to a new theme. This is Standing Up for Families, and I have a new panel on stage with me. I'm joined by Minister Kathleen Lynch, Cork North Central, Senator John Kelly, Roscommon, Galway, Councillor Pamela Kearns, candidate in Dublin South West, Michael McCarthy, TD Cork South West, Minister Alan Kelly of Tipperary, Willie Penrose, TD for Westmeath, Dominic Hannigan, TD for Meath East, and finally Councillor McDuff, also a candidate in Dublin South West. You're very welcome. Before we kick off Standing Up for Families, this particular session, I have Councillor Karen McKinney. She's waiting in the wings to ask the first question. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you. So as a mother with 4 children, I know the difficulties that many families are currently facing with trying to run a home, especially when it comes to looking after young children and when it comes to bringing kids to the doctors. I'm just wondering, how can we help mothers and families with these costs into the future?
Karen, can I ask you which part of the country are you in?
I'm actually in Dunleary Rathdown.
In Dunleary Rathdown. And are you a working mum?
I am.
Okay, so I think it's very costly, first of all, I know, to raise children. You've got 4, so that's a huge expense. I think I worked out by the time my Dara was about 6 or 7, I had spent the equivalent of a small house in Leitrim, where my mother comes from, so very costly. But also there's an issue there that, that Karen raised about childcare costs in terms of medical bills. But more importantly, Kathleen, how do we keep our children fitter and healthier in the next generation than we were?
Well, just to directly address the question as asked, and I will deal with that as well. One of the meetings that I was involved with when we were negotiating the under 6s, the GP care, free GP care for children under 6, which we intend to increase to under 12 and under 18s, and eventually bring it down to 65 as well, because we can't forget people at the other end, because I think we sometimes imagine families as being sort of, you know, the younger age group, when in fact, you know, families go right across life age, and we couldn't imagine our families without our grandparents and into the future great-grandparents. But one of the meetings I had, one of the people that were opposing it said to me that you know, it's not that expensive, you know, to have a small child, and I gave her the example of my daughter, whom we happen to have very small children as well. And in one instance, in 1 week, it cost her €200, 3 visits to the GP and prescriptions. Now, I don't care, you know, what your circumstances are. That's a substantial lump out of anyone's income. And that's really why we were driven in the Labour Party to ensure that people with very young children, because we all know once they get past the 5 and 6, in the main, they're past that sort of, you know, waking up with the earache every night. But what we are doing as well in terms of how we stay fitter and really good health into the future, and we're living longer, we're staying healthier, but good health really starts to develop, you know, not after birth. It actually starts to develop during the pregnancy. That sort of good health, that healthy eating, that knowledge of what is important.
And how do we get the balance right? Because a lot of our spending in health is when people are in crisis, in acute care, towards the end of their life.
Well, there is a person that promotes healthier lifestyles in Australia that tells us that if you spend all of your money when people find themselves in crisis, it's the equivalent of spending your entire budget on palliative care, whilst never looking after the causes or the research.
And what's the answer to that?
Well, the answer is that it is about education, and one of the things that I am doing this year with the ring-fence money in relation to mental health, for instance, which you would imagine is not connected but is very clearly connected, we are actually going to develop a perinatal psychiatry program which will look after pregnant mothers in the first instance, and then look after their mental health and the child's mental health in the very, very first stages.
So more investment in primary care.
Well, primary care, look, the solution to hospitals is in primary care. And if we don't get that, then we will never solve it. The solution to the overcrowding in hospital is in primary care. Why are we still sending people to a hospital to have tests done that could be done in their GP surgery? Why are we doing that?
I'll come back to you actually, Kathleen, but John, can I go to you on Roscommon? Because, you know, when we talk about children and childcare and the costs, sometimes we forget about the most vulnerable families, and you've got your fair share in your constituency.
Yeah, well, Nora, for one, I spent 28 years as a community welfare officer before I went into the Senate, so I worked with an awful lot of these families, and I know how they're struggling. And it absolutely amazes me, as a man that has 3 kids, 2 that are in college, myself and my wife earning, to try and keep them in college financially, the strain of that. So it amazes me when I look around at families who are just on social welfare and being able to send kids to college. I have to compliment them. And on that note, I think, you know, as recognition of that, we should look for an increase over the lifetime of the next government on the age limit for child benefit for families who are sending kids to third level education. It's something that I'll be promoting with Joan. And I also want to compliment Joan that, you know, during the hard times that we were in government, where there was pressure on Joan to slash social welfare rates, she did not do that. She protected the core social welfare payment. And furthermore, we have working families as well that are struggling to send kids to college. And again, they're protected by the family income supplement, which is of great help to many, many families. On top of that, I was the first one in the Oireachtas actually to call for the abolition of the USC. I think it's gone past its sell-by date. It has done what it has done. Initially, I was told by Michael Noonan that it was there to stay, but now, thankfully, we're working towards the abolition of it over the next 5 years for working families earning under 72,000.
Thanks, John. And staying with, I suppose, the other part of Karen's question related to the costs of childcare, and you know, we are one of the most expensive countries to raise children. Tell me a little bit about Labour's policy around childcare.
Well, Labour, I actually work in the childcare industry. I had an after school and now I have a preschool, and I also coach in the Children's Academy, despite the fact that I'm not Annie Lionel Messi. I do coach a team, but I meet parents all the time, and like even knocking on the doors, you know, since last October, most of the cases I get are the cost of childcare. I mean, it's almost as expensive as a mortgage. So what we have done up to date is we've increased the child benefit. We've reduced, as Kathleen has touched on, children who can go to the doctor for free up to 6 years of age. Our plan would be to increase that over the lifetime of the next government to everybody will be able to go to the GP for free. We also will be increasing child benefit, if elected, by about €15, again, over the term of the government. And we're going to subsidise childcare, whereby up to a 40-hour week, the parent will, in the first year, the parent will pay €4.25 an hour, up to 40 hours, and the government will top that up per child by €60. Now that's significant, and you know, we would hope by the end of the term to reduce that to €2 per hour that the parent would have to be. Now obviously it's pro rata and it's predicated on the growth of the economy, but it's also predicated on putting Labour back in government. We are the party that look after families. Okay. We elected the First Minister for Children and Youth Affairs. In 2011, we introduced the First Minister for Children and Youth Affairs. And as a childcare worker, as well as everything else, that heartened me to see at last people were taking childcare and families seriously. And that's what I believe the Labour Party will continue to do. Our emphasis is on people and putting the money back into the community as opposed to taxes. And that's where it ought to go, to provide a proper society.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you. Michael, can I go to you? You're a dad and your children, you have paternity leave coming down the track in September, but what else could we do to support families like you?
Well, it's great. My wife Mullingar and I we have 4 children under the age of 6.
Wow.
In actual fact, our second boy, Finan, joined Joan in conference at the last Labour Party gathering. He was born right in the middle of the last general election campaign. But Labour and government have always put an emphasis around families. And now that you have an improving economy, the challenges that were there during the Celtic Tiger are re-emerging. And for young modern families, it is encouraging to see measures, for example, and Kathleen Lynch deserves huge praise for this. The policy of bringing in free GP care for under 6s has been a hallmark of some of our work in government over the last 5 years. And we did that at a time when there were very scarce resources in the state and against huge opposition from commentators who predicted it never could be done. Commentators who would never have to struggle to find €50 to send their child to a GP. So that's an important policy. Secondly, the issue of paid paternity leave. Nowadays, fathers have an equal role in the rearing of children. It's great to see that reflected in modern families. So 2 weeks paid paternity leave starting later this year is another significant achievement from us. And Joan, despite again, I suppose the demands across government and demands by a lot of the commentators, managed to increase child benefit and maintain basic social welfare rates. But increasing child benefit, paid paternity leave, free GP care, these are all measures designed to help working modern families. And I hope that we are back in government, Joan, and I hope that the programme for government that will be negotiated in March between ourselves and our coalition partners will reflect those achievements and also set ambitious targets to do more and increase those areas over the next 5 years.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Karen, can I go back to you for a minute? Tell me a little bit about what would make a difference to you as one of those modern working families.
I mean, again, it's the childcare costs are phenomenal. I mean, we lived in the UK, we lived in France, and in France a lot of things were heavily subsidised. So we got a real shock when we came back here 10 years ago with 4 kids at the cost of childcare. I mean, the child benefit certainly helps, and I mean, that can be offset against it. And I do think that Labour have been the party who've been working towards that, who've always kept it front and centre, who've always made sure that families were protected and looked after. And I think that's important that we keep selling that message and that we keep it front and centre and that we don't forget about families and that we keep them as people that we ensure they know are front and centre in our minds and that we want to look after, because childcare costs are very difficult. And you don't want a position where somebody doesn't take their child to the doctor because they can't afford to pay the 50 or 55 euros. Where I live, it's 65 euros. I mean, you never want a decision where a mother doesn't take a sick child to a doctor and puts that child at risk simply because she can't hand over 65 euros. And I think that Labour have been instrumental in ensuring that that is never a position that someone finds himself in. And I think we need to keep fighting that battle.
Thanks very much, Karen. Thank you. Keep your tweets coming in. We're live streaming in the virtual world at labour.ie. Our next question is going to come from Peter Horgan. Thanks, Peter.
Hi. Like many younger people, I'm trying to get my foot on the property ladder. How can we ensure that we have a much better system for planning, home security, and that we're building houses and homes in the right places with the right community services so we avoid the mistakes of the past?
Peter, when you say home security, I assume you don't mean alarms. You mean the security of having a home.
Exactly.
Where are you trying to get your foot on the property ladder?
Cork.
Cork, okay. Alan Kelly, I think we're going to go to you. So I suppose one of the big issues that we're facing as a country is that we've got houses where people don't want them and we've got people desperate for houses and there aren't any. So how do we get that better?
I know Peter quite well, and I know he's going through, so we're trying to help Peter out, and all the young people like Peter who need help and deserve help, and I show huge sympathy towards them. And we do need more houses. We need more houses because of what all my colleagues have said earlier on in relation to the volume of jobs that are being created around the country, the fact we're seeing a regional spread in relation to jobs. I've announced 700 jobs, more or less, around my hometown in the last few weeks in Nina, and we need hundreds of houses to provide for those people. I think there's 4 real issues here when it comes to the question. Firstly, from a planning point of view. The Labour Party has the strongest record on planning of any party in this country. And many of our public representatives have had to put up with an awful lot to ensure that integrity and to ensure that history. Over the last number of spatial plans, the spatial plans that were created, I feel, were too political. They were really created by and orientated by those who were sitting at the cabinet table, who were really more or less looking after the areas that they represented. What we have brought in, my department and I have brought in, is a new national planning framework. to ensure that those days are over.
Does that include oversight?
Yes, in every way, sense and form, so that we have a proper planning framework for the whole country, that we are putting in the infrastructure where we need it, that we are assessing the weaknesses of some areas, that the fact we acknowledge that there's certain clustering. And it doesn't matter who's at the cabinet table, there's a process that will be gone through which will be fair. That's the first thing. Second thing is, we have a huge capital budget, thanks to my colleague Brendan Howland working with myself in relation to social housing. The Labour Party is always the party that builds social houses. Historically, we have always been the party that builds social houses. We have put in, we've given out 13,000 keys last year. Next year it'll be 17,000 keys, building up to 2020 when there'll be tens of thousands of houses built. We've 4 billion in a budget, the largest budget in the history of the state. The third issue, which I think is important, is that in relation to Peter and where he is at the moment, renting, etc. I stood here in this conference last year and I committed to all the delegates sitting around that there was no way I was going to come back this year without bringing forward reform in the whole rental sector. We brought through huge reform in the rental sector, working with Aideen Hayden, working with other colleagues here as well. It was the largest package of reform in the rental sector. Many people, many commentators said it couldn't be done, and it has been done, and it's going to change the rental sector into the future. Finally, and this is the issue for the future, and this is the issue in relation to the question, the whole area of private construction. Nor every sector in Ireland has repaired itself. The construction industry is the one sector that hasn't. And we're going to have to ensure that that happens because we need sustainable building. We need sustainable amount of houses.
Is that because of the lack of skills in the sector?
There are a number of issues. Obviously, the access to credit, which is now coming on board. Issues in relation to skills are a subsequent issue. But I can see people coming home. I have witnessed people coming home from Canada, from Perth, and from other areas. And construction is beginning. Well, it needs to be stimulated. We've brought forward a package of measures in the last number of months to stimulate that sector, to ensure that there are affordable houses going to be built in the areas we need them most. For instance, in Dublin, Cork, the conurbation around Dublin, other urban areas, and indeed in some rural areas. And we need to do more. And the focus on our manifesto in the coming week will be on the following. It will be on ensuring that young people will be able to buy affordable housing in the generation of the next government. That is the real thing we need to deliver for the people who are out there who are looking to have their own homes, and that is the next step in the programme.
And I think, Mecca, can I go straight to you, because your area is in desperate need for social housing in Tala and areas around that.
Absolutely, Nora. It's probably, it's the one single biggest issue that a Labour Party councillor has to face every day in the constituency and the clinics. People come and looking for social housing. But the sad part about it, Nora, is that this could have been addressed. We had 12 years of a boom. We had the means, the capabilities of building all the social housing that we needed. But what did they go and do at that time? They invested in the private rental sector. That, of course, helped the explosion of houses all across the country. And as Alan has said, as the speakers have said, houses being built in completely inappropriate areas that have no value to the communities and the people that are looking for them. In actual fact, I suppose in 2011, it comes to mind that we had an overhang of houses here in Dublin, and there were some very, very misguided calls for people saying, knock down some of the apartments, knock down some of the houses. I mean, that just wasn't sustainable. But the downside of that building explosion meant that the LAs, the local authorities, were left with a severe shortage of social housing. Now, Labour and government through Alan Kelly has secured the 3.8 billion for the social housing strategy, and they're committed to building 35,000 houses up to 2020. In Tala, in my own local area, South Dublin County Council allocated 73.3 million to build 1,445 houses. They don't come easy. I mean, most of these projects are coming about. There's 100 projects at the moment on the go or ready to go, and they're infill projects. And the Part 8 process sometimes can be painful because we have individuals within our community, in some of the communities, who are obstructing the process for their own means and for their own ends. And you have some communities that haven't yet stepped up to the mark and be willing to accept their fair share of social housing. However, there's a benefit to communities when you're putting in social housing, because it's not just the people getting the houses, it's regenerating the communities, it's getting further infrastructure into it. And we have a duty of care to our people. I mean, it's not good enough to say, not in my backyard. And if I can just use the example of the backyard, I have a case on the go at the moment of an elderly couple who are in very bad health, who had to give up the home in a rural area through tragic circumstances, and they're living in a converted shed in a relative's backyard. No, that's not good enough.
No.
Not in 2020. It's wrong in 2016 that we have that. So with Labour in government, we need Labour back in government to continue Alan's strategy about building those 35,000 houses, giving certainty in the rent sector, and certainly looking after the 75,000 households who are in the enhanced private rental sector through the housing assistance payments and the rental accommodation scheme.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks.
Thank you. And Dominic, can I move to you? Just on that very issue, because in commuter counties, I guess the infrastructure. I mean, first of all, houses were built that people didn't want, so that leads to a downturn in the community spirit, the community feeling, but also the infrastructure to create communities, not just to build houses, but to create that feeling of a community with schools and shops and the infrastructure.
Yeah. And it's going back to the question that Peter asked. What we need to do is we need to provide affordable, quality houses in places that have got the facilities for them. We can't repeat the mistakes of the past. 15 years ago, when it was too expensive for people to buy houses in Dublin, they moved out into the commuter belt and they bought houses in villages that were zoned overnight for residential development. And it took 15 years then to put the necessary community facilities in place, the schools, the shops, the playgrounds, facilities like broadband. Communities grew up as a result of that. But we have to learn the lessons that we don't put houses in first, we put the facilities in first. In the next 10 years, we're going to see an increase of probably about 200,000 buildings in Ireland because of changes in demographics, changes in size of households. And what we have to do is make sure that those houses are targeted in the areas that can most cater for them in terms of infrastructure. And that's why we need Labour at the heart of the planning process, locally through our councillors and nationally through Minister Kelly. Tánaiste, do you remember 15 years ago in Dublin when somebody came in and tried to give you a cheque, a developer, and you handed it back, and you remember the consternation of the other parties because Labour wouldn't be bought by the developers. We put the community first, and we will continue to do that. We're here to serve the community. That's why we need Labour back in government.
Thank you, Dominic. And first of all, Willie, thanks for having us here in Mullingar.
I'm delighted to be here. By the way, I represent Longford, Westmeath. Did you get
that? Longford, Westmeath. We're very pleased to be here anyway. And it's not just, I guess, the conversation so far has been about people who want to get onto the property ladder, who need to get the security of a home, like Peter. But lots of people got onto the property ladder at the wrong time and find themselves in debt. There's lots of families all over the country. So what can we do for them?
Well, the first thing about it is that those people, especially young couples, they were encouraged by the government of the day, by the banking institutions and by everybody involved to buy at the top of the market, paid huge sums. This government gained transactional tax as a result. And the one thing we cannot do as a society or as a country is to abandon those people now, because the problem is they're now being levied with exorbitant standard variable rates by the financial institutions. The very financial institutions that we bailed out. So at the end of the day, the banks now have to play a role in the recovery of those people. I am very strong about this. We cannot just abandon. Those people are working night and day, couples coming in late at night, they're paying mortgages and childcare. And between that, they're having 5% of their income left at the end of every year to try and pay all the rest. So they have not to be abandoned. So banks now should face up to reality. They're behaving like internal vulture funds. They were bailed out by the citizens of this country, and they have an obligation now. They have an obligation now to come along and play a role. If people are engaging meaningfully and doing their best to deal with them weekly and monthly, they now should come along and look at what is the sustainable level of debt that those people can carry, and they're carrying. And if there's a write-off 80 or 100,000 euros in terms of those people, that should be done. Because at the end of the day, the big companies and all the other guys, there was write-offs for them. We can't forget the ordinary people who are the backbone of this country, and they pay the taxes of this country so to ensure that those banks can be bailed out. We need a sustainable banking system. But this banking system cannot abrogate its responsibilities to the people who are willfully engaged and with them. And that's why you might say you can't take on the banks. Well, I know you can take on the banks because 11 months ago I set about taking on the banks with the reform of the bankruptcy bill and legislation, getting it done from 3 years to 1 year. They were one of the big objectors, and one can see why. But so the banks have to be taken on in this country. And I also remember those people, when I went into government as Minister for State and Department of the Environment, one of the first things I was faced with was 2,430 unfinished housing estates that those people had been put into and left with no facilities, no green areas, no footpaths, no lights, no sewerage, no nothing. And we put in place site resolution plans to try and engage. And it wasn't ideal, but now we're down to a couple of hundred. Now people are advising me to knock all those houses. Well, look at the catastrophe that would have been if we knocked all those houses. Some had to be knocked. But nevertheless, it just shows, as Dominic says, planning for areas without putting the infrastructure in place was an absolute crazy, and Labour should never allow that to happen again. And I have to say, we have to stand up down to the banks and everybody else, so to ensure that the variable rates reflect reality. They're borrowing at 1.25%, 1.5%, and they're tripling the market value for themselves in terms of 4.5%. Why should they do that? Why should the people who are bailed out, and we see most of them got off scot-free, and we visit that upon ordinary people in this country? Time has come now. There has to be write-offs in terms of sustainable debt for those people, and give them an opportunity.
And that goes back actually to Dominic's point, I think. Michael, you wanted to come in there?
Yeah, Nora, thank you. I just want to say we've been joined in the hall in the last 10 minutes by a friend and colleague, former Senator Jimmy Hart, and I want to extend a very special welcome to Jimmy, who is a very dear friend of ours. It's great to see you do so well.
All right, stand up. You should stand up.
Thanks, Michael. Great to see Jimmy. His brother was my boss in News Talk. Great family. Colin O'Connor says, how can we ensure housing is delivered without delay for people most in need? Would you like to take that, Kathleen?
Well, I suppose there are several solutions. Some is the modular housing, and I would encourage people to allow that to go ahead. I think housing takes a while to be put in place, and we're very conscious of that. The one big issue that I had always huge concern about is why we never had the type of protection for people who rented in this country that they have in other countries. And I know in this country most people aspire to own their own homes, but some people will never do that. And really we had to ensure that that protection was there. And by doing that, we will in fact give the type of security to people who are already in housing now.
But it also might protect, there's 1,700 children who are homeless at the moment.
There are.
And families falling into homelessness every month because of the rent issue.
And what we had in this country for a number of years was local authorities who didn't, in fairness to them, have the money at the time to bring housing stock back into operation. You're beginning to see that now. And we must ensure that people who find themselves in circumstances where they're living in hotels or where they're living in places that are completely inappropriate, that an offer is made to them, and we must do it as quickly as possible. But unfortunately, if you have an economy that collapses and you don't have money to do everything you would like to do,
and you haven't done it during the boom times,
during the boom, which is incredible, what we're seeing now are the problems of prosperity, funnily enough. And I think but prosperity probably has greater problems than an economy when it collapses, and it is about managing that prosperity, which is hugely important.
And bringing everyone with you.
And which is what the Labour Party are very, very good at, because we are the party that has a vision for Ireland, and a vision that even though we will meet obstacles and opposition, as we did in relation to the recent referendum and the under-6s and the capital plan in relation to older people, but the people who will drive on because it is good for the people, and that is where our strength is, that vision of being able to look beyond that horizon.
Thanks, Kathleen. Thank you. Best of luck, Peter, with the House.
Well done, Kathleen.
Getting that foot on the ladder. A big thank you to our panel. I think, Alan, I was going to try and get you in earlier on, actually, but why don't you just wrap that session for us, if you don't mind?
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nora. As we have seen this morning, colleagues, working families are at the heart of all of our proposals for government for the next 5 years. I've often said in the past, and I'll say it again, and I've said it at every conference I've nearly spoken at, the Labour Party is the party of work and those who want to work. Sure, we support welfare, but we are not the party of welfare. We are the party of work and those who want to work. I spent the last 5 years working in government as a minister with our Fine Gael colleagues to bring stability to our country. I acknowledge the work that has been done, but let us be very, very specific and very clear. Working families are far better off today as a result of the Labour Party being in government. And this needs to continue. Could you imagine the last 5 years if the Labour Party were not in government? The ruthless cut to the minimum wage by Fianna Fáil and the Greens was immediately reversed. Why? Because the Labour Party was in government. Yesterday, hundreds of thousands of workers saw increases in their monthly take-home package. Public sector workers saw the beginning of the restoration of previous pay cuts. The monthly pay slip now for workers and families increased yesterday. Why? Because the Labour Party is in government. Families worried about education for their children have seen an unparalleled, in the history of the state, unparalleled building programme for schools in our communities, and the recruitment of hundreds of additional teachers, thanks to the work of our colleague, Minister John O'Sullivan. The cost of high-quality childcare, as Pamela referenced, the cuts to the USC, ending the gender pay gap between men and women, building houses, as Mick Duff spoke about. These are all Labour policies that will be prioritised and implemented to the benefit of working families when we are returned to government. You see, the Labour Party stands out from the rest because we have real policies, we have unique policies. Unlike the populist rhetoric you hear from the other side, we actually stand for something. They don't. They propagate this populist theory. And remember, colleagues, when you stand for everything, you actually stand for nothing. I'm the father of 2 young children, Ava and Senan, and a husband to Regina, who's sitting in front of me there, who's a primary school teacher in Nina. I'm very, very fortunate to hold the position that I have in government. But also, along with my colleagues, like Deputy McCarthy and others, I understand the demands on working families, the worry over finding top-quality childcare, the time spent on the daily work and school runs, trying to ensure a proper work-life balance, and most of all, making sure that the bills can be paid at the end of each month. The Labour Party has put our economy on a sound footing. The recovery is there, and the recovery will continue as long as the Labour Party are in government. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Kelly. Still time to join the conversation. You can join us on Facebook or tweet us live, hashtag LP16, and we're using another hashtag this morning, hashtag StandUp16. Now to our final session here at the Labour Party conference in Mullingar. The theme is Standing Up for Modern Ireland, and I'm joined on stage now by Minister Eoin O'Riordan, Dublin Bay North, John Lyons, TD, Dublin North West, Anne Ferris, TD for Wicklow, Michael McNamara, TD for Clare, Minister John O'Sullivan, Limerick City, Joe Costello, TD for Dublin Central, Senator Mary Moran running in Louth, Tracy McElhinney contesting in Meath West, and Senator John Whelan from the new standalone constituency of Laois. You're all very welcome. But our first question for this final session comes from Mary Hart. Thank you, Mary.
Okay, thank you. Labour is central to social change in Ireland, and that was clearly demonstrated last year. And I'm wondering just how do you harness the positivity of that, and how do you continue to empower people so that they can see that politics actually can deliver real change and improve Ireland for the better?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good question, Mary. I suppose it was an incredible experience last year, Aon. A lot of people since have been saying that was quite magical. We captured something that nobody's ever really captured before. But how could we use that and replicate that in the future, especially in areas where there's divisiveness in society?
Yeah, it's remarkable because I remember Dominic Hannigan and myself and Ivana Batrick standing at a photo call for marriage equality at the time of the Meath East by-election in 2012. And the Labour Party were derided for being out of touch with Irish society. And now after the marriage equality referendum, you'd swear the Labour Party had nothing to do with the marriage equality referendum, seeing if you were the ones who actually made it happen. Well, I think...
Do you feel that?
No,
seriously though, do you feel that?
Well, I think maybe others are interested in what I call focus group equality. And Labour are really interested in real equality. And equality is not a conversation that happens separate to the economic argument. The equality argument is central to the economic argument because all the groups that I deal with in my equality responsibility, you take the area of LGBT, the workplace rights of LGBT people. That's why I was so proud with others to have amended Section 37 of the Employment Equality Act last year so that gay teachers and gay nurses and gay doctors can feel at ease with themselves in their place of work. And if you talk with people with disabilities, and they understand absolutely the importance of work, not just to enter the workplace, but if you are in the workplace and you acquire a disability, that you can maintain your work, and that's why the comprehensive employment strategy for people with disabilities is central to that. I'm so proud to launch that last year. And also in the area of gender equality, because gender equality and the gender pay gap is really, really important. We're celebrating the 1916 Rising this year, the first 3 words of the proclamation, Irish men and Irish women. 50 years after the 1916 Rising, my mother came down to Dublin from Cavan, joined the civil service, had to leave her job when she got married. That is a challenge that Ireland has in living up to the 1916 Rising. That's why we have to work on the area of childcare, but certainly this very week we got Cabinet approval for 2 weeks paid paternity leave, which I promised in this very conference last year, and we've delivered on, and we can deliver more.
John, first of all, I suppose marriage equality meant an awful lot to you. I know it did because you were very passionate about it last year. But I also know that you yourself are the first person in your family to have finished school and go to university. You're in Ballymun. So when I talked about that magic that we created around, this was a very divisive area in Irish society, and yet we managed to achieve virtual consensus. We managed to get young people out to vote, people returning from another country. Is it possible that we could replicate that in areas such as social deprivation, the inequalities that exist in our society?
Just briefly on the marriage referendum itself, and that magic. Something happened last year, and I remember our conversation on this stage a year ago in advance of the marriage referendum, and I was quite emotional. I'm an emotional type of guy, as you know, Nora. But something happened that changed Ireland in a way that it'll never be the same again. And as Mary pointed out earlier on there, what do we do with that? You know, the hearts and minds of people were changed, and they're now living in a new Ireland. And we won't actually feel the real benefits of that, I believe, until a generation to come, when we have a new set of kids who are only being born right now, who are born into an Ireland where it's normal for whether you're gay or straight to be married, and there's no questions asked. And we will see the real benefits of the marriage referendum coming home in years to come. Although those who are lucky enough now, who are waiting so long, will now be able to get married, which is fantastic. But what has really happened, in my opinion, on this is that the marriage referendum gave people a sense of hope. The results in the marriage referendum gave people a sense of hope. People of all backgrounds in Ireland, a sense of hope that things can change in society, and that politics is at the heart of making that change happen. And I'm going to plug it and I'm going to say it. The reality is, any social change in Ireland that has happened, the Labour Party has been at the heart of political social change in Ireland. So we've given people a sense of hope that our country can be a better place. If you're a kid in Ballymun at the moment, or a kid in Finglas, or a kid in a disadvantage elsewhere, that your opportunities can be as good as anybody else's. And it's people like myself, it's people like the others who stand for the Labour Party and who commit and deliver in government, make change and give people a sense of hope that we stand up for a better Ireland, no matter who you are, your gender, your identity, your background, and we deliver change. And you only have to look at what we did last year.
Thanks, John. Anne. I think looking backwards is great. So marriage equality was a very important issue, and as I say, we did virtually reach consensus. We had people, young, old, all different walks of life, standing there proudly supporting the campaign. So we're now facing into something quite different. So repeal the 8th. So we're now facing into something which is very divisive in Irish society, and 20 years after the X case, we finally see legislation. Is it a case that we should continue the conversation, as we did with marriage equality, to try and get consensus, or is it so divisive that we should just go straight to the vote? We've talked about it enough.
Well, first of all, can I say, Nora, that my constituency is Wicklow, East Carlow, and I'm sure the people of Rathvilly and Hackettstown who are looking in this morning would want that mentioned, that they are part of the constituency that I represent. I have to say, speaking about the marriage equality referendum, the constituency I represent has always returned a really huge vote, a huge turnout and a huge positive vote on issues of equality. In relation to repeal the 8th, yes, why not? Why hasn't it happened before now? Nor, looking around this room, not one person under the age of 51 was able to vote in the referendum in 1983. Not one person aged under the age of 51. Women of childbearing age now did not have a vote. That's 2 generations possibly of women did not vote to have that amendment in the Constitution. We have achieved equality in so many issues, and as John has said there very eloquently, for the LGBT people, we don't have equality for women in this country.
We certainly don't. In any sector. And can I just ask you, when you're out there canvassing, when you're talking to people on the doorstep, does it come up as part of the conversation?
It comes up, and it comes up to me personally, because I've always been at the forefront of this issue. I believe that women have a right to choose. I believe that women, especially in crisis pregnancies, doesn't need anybody, doesn't need the church, doesn't need men, doesn't need other political parties dictating to them. The Labour Party, this has always been I'm not saying it's only our agenda, but we have always led the way on this issue. We have taken the stories of women that we have listened to and their husbands and partners who've had to go to England, women who are suffering with fatal fetal abnormalities, women who are pregnant as a result of rape and incest. They are trapped in this country, and the only resource they have if they want to terminate their pregnancy is to go to England. We don't have the places here to look after women, and that is an absolute disgrace.
You know, recently I was chairing a session for Women for Election, and in fact we had about 20 questions, and we stayed on this one for 2/3 of the night because it was very divisive in the room.
It is divisive, Nora. I could wallpaper one of the rooms at home with all the hate mail that I've got from people that have, you know, an absolutely disgusting, I get it by email, I get it by letter, I get anonymous phone calls. And these people who say that they are Catholics, and what I'm saying is disgraceful, do you know, they are not Christian people. They are not Christian people you see what they write to me.
It's quite different to marriage equality in terms of the heat and the feelings, the strength of feelings that people have for and against. It's quite different, isn't it?
It is, and what we're calling for now is a referendum to repeal the 8th. People have a right to go into the ballot box and vote no. But I believe that we are living in a different society. The women with crisis pregnancies are all our sisters, mothers, daughters, aunts, whatever. They are people that we know. This country, I believe, has grown up, and especially in the last year, thanks to the Labour Party. We are the only party that has come out and declared clearly that we want a referendum. And not only that, but we have legislation drawn up to actually bring in place if the referendum is passed. Because a lot of people are worried. They're saying, well, if you take that out, there's absolutely no protection then. But we have legislation ready to go as long, you know, when we get that out. Okay. And I'll tell you, I was reading one of the papers, a paper recently, where it actually said that Anne Ferris is the moral backbone of the Labour Party, and I welcome that. That's great. But I believe the Labour Party is the moral backbone of government, and we want to go back in there and make sure that we deliver.
Thanks, Anne. Michael, can I go to you, wearing your barrister hat, your legal hat? The Constitutional Convention was an interesting formula for us as a society, and rather than doing those kind of things and throwing them out and coming up with something new, is it something that we could replicate in areas, not necessarily in that particular area, but in future areas where there's divisions?
I think it is, certainly, but I mean, you know, there were a lot of recommendations that came out of the Constitutional Convention. Very few of those recommendations were actually put to the people. I mean, I think if we want to build a modern country, we have to reform how we do politics in Ireland, the parliament we have and the rules that surround that parliament. I greatly welcome the reforms announced last week that we will have or introduced last week, that we will have a Count Corla introduced, voted in by secret ballot. But we need to go further. We need to look at the whip system in Ireland, and that's something that each party has to do on its own, including this party. I mean, you know, there is no point in having a debate if the conclusion of that debate is already, we already know what the conclusion is. I mean, we had the ridiculous situation, we just heard what Anne had to say, and I agree with her. I think most people in this room agree with her. The fact that she was kicked out of the parliamentary party for expressing those views and voting in accordance with them makes, I think, shows that we have a fundamental problem with the way we do politics as a party. Every other party does too, but they can worry about their problems. Let us worry about ours. And we need to go forward and agree that we're going to look at this. That doesn't mean that we don't have a party and we don't have a whip, but that we don't have this stultifying whip applied on every occasion. I haven't been able to adhere to the whip in the past, and I may not be in the future if it's not.
I feel I'm in confession now, actually.
If it's not reform, because I entered politics on the promise that we would reform the way we do business and the way we do politics. And we've achieved a huge amount in economics, in education, in a whole load of areas, but we haven't changed the way politics is done in Ireland.
Plenty of time still to come,
There are, but at the moment, there are the vast majority of people out there view our national parliament in 2016, 100 years after the Rising, as a Punch and Judy show which is completely irrelevant to their lives. That has to change.
I don't think people would disagree with you on
But
that.
I think the most fundamental, though, part as a Labour Party politician, and why I joined this party, if we want to have a modern progressive society, we need to have a modern progressive economy, where the resources of the state are deployed to address greatest need.
And I'm not cutting you off, Michael, I just want to get the last question in.
And we have a fundamental choice to make now as a country. Do we want a state where the resources, the hard-gained resources, because it's the taxes of workers and we're the party of workers and those who want to work, do we want them deployed to address greatest need, or do we want them to be deployed in accordance with the sweetheart deal with individual...
Thank you, Michael, and thanks, Mary, for the question. Our final question is going to come from Mick Keegan. Thanks, Mick.
Fairness and equality for everyone are core Labour principles. How can we ensure that all children, regardless of faith, colour, economic background, or even if they have a disability, are given the opportunity to learn and achieve to their full potential?
Thanks, Mick. A world without discrimination, well, who wouldn't want that in modern Ireland? Can I start with you, John O'Sullivan? I guess to start with, let's deal with the idea of a very basic premise that all children deserve to have the best possible teaching, the best possible learning environment. How do we achieve that?
Well, I suppose all morning, Nora, we've been talking about standing up for Ireland's future, and Ireland's future is our children. So we need our schools, first of all, to be good quality schools. Secondly, that we have smaller classes and that every child as an individual can get the kind of attention they need, that they're inclusive, and for example, if a child has a disability, that they are fully included in the school, and also the general point about inclusivity in terms of the diverse nature of Irish society now. So in all of those areas, education is absolutely core to the values of the Labour Party. And
planning.
Absolutely. Now, even in the worst of economic times in the last few years, my predecessor, Rory Quinn, and indeed Brendan Howland, who supplied the money, prioritised the building of classrooms to make sure that every child can have a classroom to go to and have a good quality classroom to go to. Now, I just recently announced the next capital plan for school building, and it's €4 billion, sorry. And in that, we're going to have good modern classrooms. As Dominic said there earlier on, you know, in the past we built the houses without the services.
And John, I'm going to let you wrap this session, so if you don't mind, I'm going to go quickly over to Joe and try and get everybody in before the end. Joe, because you're from my manor, great news in Cabra with the Gael Skull, so well done you.
Absolutely.
And talk to me a little bit about Rule 69, about religion. We're talking all the time at the moment about multi-Ds, educate together, there's not enough of them. So where are we going with all of that?
Well, that was great news for the Gael School in Cabra, because, as Jan had been pointing out, the first thing is that you must have a decent learning environment that is conducive to children learning in the best capacity and the best facilities. And to be learning for the last 20 years in the most dilapidated prefabs imaginable, too hot in the winter, to in the summer, too cold in the winter, was just awful.
Joe, I was
so the last thing that
prefabs.
Jan will be doing will be, hopefully, opening Gael School Barra. But in the rest of Cabra and the inner city, we have a broad range of choice. In terms, we have the primary schools, second level schools, but we also have the Educate Together schools. We're going to have the very first Educate Together school in the north side of Dublin opening in September this year. But we also have a Muslim school in Cabra, and we also have a school for the deaf in Cabra. So there is a wide choice, and we're looking for a wide diversity. And we want to establish a situation where every child can go to a school that is inclusive, and that there is no favour in relation to religion or relation to race, that they can...
That's the dream.
That's what we're making the reality, and that's what I see the future being.
Joe, I'll come back to you in a second. I just want to bring in Mary for a minute. So I think part of the question was about people who have ability issues. So I work very closely with a charity, as I am, a young guy with autism. How do we make sure that we provide the necessary support so that, regardless as to what issues the child presents with, that we're actually supporting and holding them through their education system?
Yeah, thanks, Nora, and thanks, Mick, for the question. I think it's crucially important, for starters, that we make sure that all the resources, that all the funding is there, particularly for people with a disability, and inclusion, to make sure that everybody is included, in it. And that means, I know in my own county of Louth, where this government has invested €78 million in schools and in improving our schools. But I also think that we need to make and ensure that our schools are accessible. I know when I taught, I taught in the classroom upstairs, and I had one student who was in a wheelchair, and it was absolutely pitiful, horrendous to watch that child try to make her way up the stairs.
So it's about facilities.
Didn't want help, wanted to do it on her own, wanted to be independent. But I think we need to provide those opportunities, that it shouldn't be a barrier, that anybody who has a disability, who wants to get back to education, who wants to be in education, that is all provided
Equal
for.
rights.
And I think that it's a transition. It needs to be there right through the school system to make sure that the supports are there. Last week I published...
Mary, I'm just going to stop you for 2 seconds, because I just wanted to bring in John just on that point on the transition. So it's what happens after Leaving Cert. We're talking now up to Leaving Cert. What happens afterwards? Because we've kind of over-academicalised our children. The expectation is they're all going for degrees. Earlier on we were saying we need to have apprentices too.
That's a fair point, and I know firsthand that, because I did my Leaving Cert at 17 years of age. I was the eldest of a family of 7, grew up in St Evans Park in Monastrevin, and I went myself and took an apprenticeship. I didn't go to university. And I trained up as a journalist and went on to be editor of the paper in Portlaoise. So a lot of the guys I went to school with became fitter turners in Bordemona, electricians in the ESB. And these are great jobs, because there's nothing as bad as going to work in a job that you don't like. And I find that if you train up in an apprenticeship in a job that you like, it's never like going to work. You spend every
Never
day.
work a day in your life. That's what
Exactly.
people say.
And also you have a trade, you can go anywhere, and you can start your own business and employ other people. And for instance, the Taoiseach Joan Burton was down in Portlaoise a few months ago, reopening the ESB Line School for 300 more apprenticeships in the ESB.
So we need more apprenticeships. Tracy, can I bring you in there, because Joe was talking about his area and how they've managed to get a whole combination of different offerings in terms of schooling. But in your area, in Meath, you've had an explosion of children. How do you plan to make sure that you've got enough places for the future?
Well, Nora, I was on the VEC board when I was a councillor with Meath County Council, and thanks to both Minister Joan O'Sullivan and her predecessor Rory Quinn, they made sure that no children, our commitment in government was that no children to be taught in prefabs.
Yes.
And St. Fantina's in Longwood, where my nephew goes to school, they were in prefabs. And Rory had the vision to come down and see the school in all its glory. And thankfully now, the Minister was down there after Christmas and we had a visit, and it's absolutely fantastic, and it's going to have an autism unit.
Well done, you. Thanks, Mick, for the question. We're running out of time. Thanks to my final panel. The final honours are going to go to Joan O'Sullivan. Stay where you are, Joan.
Okay.
And we'll ask you to do a wrap. Thanks from me, Nora Casey. Thanks for the questions from all of you in the hall. Sorry we didn't get to more of them. Thanks for all the answers from the panellists, and thanks to all of you in the virtual world for sending in all your comments and tweets, and to you at home for watching. So thank you. Over to you, Minister O'Sullivan. Thank you.
Thanks, Nora. Well, certainly, I think we've had a really positive morning in relation to us all standing up for Ireland's future. And we just talked there a few minutes ago about the marriage equality referendum, and I think that was really a moment when we realised what a difference Labour can make in government. And we're all hugely proud of our achievement in that regard. We want to be there for the next 5 years because we have a huge amount of work to do. In just the session we've just been talking about here, we have been talking about the repeal of the 8th Amendment, which we're committed to. We're talking about greater inclusivity. And we're talking about our young people in our schools. And Tracy indeed just mentioned about putting an end to prefabs. We're going to put an end to prefabs in our schools. We're going to bring our class sizes down. In the last budget, I was able to reduce class size. We intend to reduce class sizes so that the average class size will only be 20 by the end of the next 5 years. We're going to ensure that Mary Moran's voice about people with disabilities is going to carry weight, because we have already added 30% to the number of resource teachers in the last 5 years. I was able to get approval for 600 extra SNAs last year. We're going to continue that inclusivity. And in the area of more choice, in the area of diversity in our schools, Rory set up the Forum for Patronage and Pluralism. We have managed to get an extra 50 more multi-denominational schools in the last 5 years. We're going to double that. We're going to get 100 more in the next 5 years. And we're also going to address issues of equality. Aon mentioned the fact that we've reformed the Employment Equality Act in relation to gay teachers. That's hugely welcome. But I believe that we also need to reform the Equal Status Act to ensure that your local child is not turned away from their local school because they haven't got a bachelor's degree. Well done. So we're going to ensure that our schools are more inclusive. We will still have denominational schools for those who want them, but we will also have the option of multi-denominational schools for those who want that option. And only Labour in government is going to do those kind of things. We need to be in government to ensure that we bring about that inclusion, that diversity, that opportunity. And as I said when I started talking, Nora, at the beginning of this session, education is absolutely fundamental to the Labour Party, and always will be, and we will always fight for the best possible opportunity for every single one of our children in our schools. And indeed, as John was just talking about, also options after school, so that you can choose an apprenticeship rather than necessarily having to feel you have to go to higher education. It is about opportunity. It's also about equality, and that was the other theme of our last session here today. That is also absolutely at the core of what we believe in as members of the Labour Party. We're proud to be in this party. We want to be in government again so that we can continue the achievements, the recovery that has been so hard fought, and that we can ensure that we bring everybody into that recovery, and that it is an equal and inclusive Ireland. Thank you very much, Nora.
Thank
you very much.
Sorry, I didn't have time to bring all of you.
Thank you, delegates, and thank you to Nora Casey for being a fantastic moderator. Delegates, we've had a very wide-ranging discussion this morning. It is clear Labour understands the challenges facing Irish society,
whether sustaining the recovery, improving our quality of life, ensuring that our communities are safer, better places to live, providing homes, managing new frontiers to ensure decent jobs in the new world of work, or providing prospects, real prospects for our children in an equal and progressive society. That is what Labour is about. That is what each one of us in this hall must now fight to achieve, fight to win this election, that Labour will come home with a strong hand, a strong mandate for more and better change in Ireland. Thank you, delegates. Thank you for your commitment. And let's stick together and make this happen. Delegates, I want to say that the next session, we're now formally finishing this morning, and there are workshops for the afternoon to discuss in more detail the areas of concern that I'm sure and of potential that we all want to highlight on jobs, on opportunity, on housing, on childcare, on all of the areas. So I urge you all to attend all of that, and also crucially for this evening to be in the hall on time for what is undoubtedly going to be a very important message, an important night for our party leader, Joan Burton. Thank you all.
I'd like to thank the public representatives that every day go out, from councillors to our Oireachtas members, go out and battle on behalf of this party, battle on behalf of the people that we represent on a daily basis. I'm very proud of them. I'm very proud of being able to sit at the parliamentary party for the last while, and I'm very proud of them and the work they have done. So thank you. Finally, I'd like to thank you, the members, because without you, the members, there would be no party. We're a membership party. We're built from the ground up. We're in every community across this country, working hard again on a daily basis. It's been very difficult over the last 5 years to be a member of the Labour Party. But we're very proud of the work that's been done in shops, in the local pub, in your local workplace, selling the message, and we really appreciate it. Thank you very much. What I'd like to do now is to introduce your MC for the evening. The local TD for Tipperary, the Minister for the Environment and Local Government, my good friend and colleague, the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, Alan Kelly.
Thank you, Brian, and thanks for all the things you left out there. Friends, it's my great pleasure and honour again this evening to open tonight's proceedings in the build-up to the party leader's live speech. Isn't it hard to believe that it's a year since we were in Killarney all together? It's hard to believe that a year has passed. In that time, we have continued our work, our enormous work, to provide Irish people with a stable and balanced economy, a stable and balanced recovery, and to continue to change our great country for the better. And our work is really paying off now. Unemployment is falling dramatically. Confidence is growing. And most of all, the recovery is reaching the kitchen table. As we face into the general election, we can face the electorate proud of our record and confident that we have the vision and most of all the determination to stand up for Ireland's future. As your Director of Elections, I can assure you that we will run the most modern, professional and energetic campaign ever seen. I know that our candidates are out knocking on doors, meeting people, attending events, and most of all out there fighting and standing up for workers and working families. But our team of candidates also need the support of Labour Party members, Labour Party activists and supporters to deliver a positive result. And I know that all of you in the room tonight will put in a special effort. Indeed, I expect you will put in a very special effort to see the Labour Party achieve a historic first. And what is that historic first? A successful return to government for the Labour Party in this country. And we have a great story to tell, colleagues. We have a fabulous story to tell. When people go out to vote, they will have a very simple choice between a stable and balanced government with Labour at its heart, or a marriage of convenience between Fianna Fáil and Gerry Adams and a rag bag of populist independence. The choice will be between those who have pulled us back from the brink or those who brought us to ruin and practice populist nonsense, standing for everything, which means they stand for absolutely nothing. Between those who delivered an economic recovery and those who ruined the economy in the very first place. Colleagues, it is absolutely imperative that we, the Labour Party, who always puts the country first, now again does the state some service by returning this government after the next election. So please help me to do that and leave absolutely no stone unturned, I implore you. But before we enter into battle, a battle I'm absolutely confident we'll win and thoroughly looking forward to, I want to pay special tribute to my colleagues in the Parliamentary Party who are stepping down. And these are brilliant people. These are people we are all very, very proud of. Friends like Michael Conaghan, Sean Kenny and Robert Dowds, who have represented the Labour Party at local and national level for more years than I remember. Thank you very much, lads. And a very special thank you to one of life's gentlemen, and a father figure to me, and a father figure to many of us in the Parliamentary Party. An incredible human being, and that is our Parliamentary Party chairperson, the one and only Jack Wall. And for the following three, I could probably stand up here and talk for hours, but I'm not going to, because their name says it all. These three men led our great party with distinction, with honour, and did everything they could, absolutely everything they could, to promote our great party over many, many years and decades. Thank you very much forever, Rory Quinn, Pat Rabbit and Eamon Gilmore. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I want to acknowledge somebody who's a very good friend to many of us in the room here tonight, and somebody I'm personally absolutely thrilled to see back amongst us, and that is our former Senator, an absolute gentleman and great man, and that is Jimmy Hart. All of those colleagues are passing the torch on to a new generation. I bet a few of you are delighted to hear that. And those of us fortunate to follow in their footsteps do so determined to achieve as much as they did for our party, our people and our country. I would now like tonight to open with what is a highlight of our conference every year, and every conference, which is the series of long service awards that recognise the outstanding service that has been given to our party by many individuals. Colleagues, we are nothing without our party members. Without them, we would not be able to run a party. We would not have the manpower to fight elections. We would not have the volunteers to go out there, raise money, put up posters, knock on doors and support Labour candidates. Every one of them is working for the party to the bitter end. Our public representatives are there because of them. It's right and proper that we honour some of those who have given outstanding service to our party over the years. Our first award this evening goes to Tony Blake from Dublin West. Tony has been a stalwart member of the Labour Party and has campaigned for decades in both Dublin Central and Dublin West. He worked in the Health Board and the HSE and gained a reputation for his unrivalled understanding of the problems experienced by homeless people. During his career, he was a SIP2 activist. He served the Labour Party in many different positions in Stoney Batter, Oxmanstown and Clonsilla. He's been a key member of Joan Burton's campaigns from 1989 to 2011, where he pounded the pavements canvassing on her behalf. He's currently Vice Chair of the Dublin West constituency. And most of all, like myself, he's an avid supporter of Man United, which he says only comes second to his support for the Labour Party. So I want to congratulate Tony and give him this award. Wow. The second award goes to Joe Boyce from Ballinaccarrigy. Deputy Willie Penrose will join me on stage for this. Ballinaccarrigy is a unique townland, a unique parish, a unique place, and the Boyce family are synonymous with the labour movement and trade union activity going back to the foundation of the state. Joe Boyce Sr. was a council worker who was instrumental in organising workers and recruiting for the Federation of Rural Workers with Paddy Murphy and Tim McAuliffe. The Boyce tradition survives through Joe Boyce Jr., who we are honouring tonight. Over 40 years a member of the Labour Party, became joint treasurer of the Ballinaccarrigy branch in 1981 in partnership with Birdie Penrose. Joe is a stickler for detail. All income and expenditure is carefully recorded and vouched, and he never gets flustered like his late father. Joe's loyalty to the Labour Party can never be questioned. He has witnessed the party's good days and bad. Like his father, he has a rapier wit. Willie Penrose, beside me, was often grateful to him in helping to diffuse difficult situations, which I presume many of them which were created by Willie in the first place. Joe is a strong advocate of the pursuit of improvements in the condition of employment for workers. He was delighted that Jed Nash, our Labour Minister, realised the lifetime objective of putting collective bargaining on a statutory footing. So tonight we salute you and the 4 decades of work you've given to the Labour Party. A second long service award goes to Cecilia O'Donovan from Sandyford. First contact with the Labour Party was in 1965, when her father stood in the local elections. She joined the Sandyford branch in 1978 and campaigned for Etna Fitzgerald in local and Dáil elections from 1979 to 2002. Our victory in 1992 was our highlight after many struggles to establish a Labour Party presence in the constituency. After Etna's retirement, she worked with Pat Fitzgerald and the one and only Letty McCarthy. She was Letty's Director of Elections for the past 3 local elections in Glencullen, and she was particularly delighted, and this is some achievement, colleagues, when they beat the national trend by getting 2 candidates elected in 2014. She worked for the Labour Party in 12 general elections, 8 local election campaigns, as well as countless EU elections and referenda, and tonight she is absolutely a worthy recipient of a long service award.
Thank you very much.
Our next award goes to Seamus McNamee from Mullingar. Seamus became active in the ITGW, SIPTU and the Labour Party Mullingar in the early 70s. He was appointed full-time organiser in 1982 in Limerick and in the Shannon branch of the Labour Party. In 1985, Seamus returned to work in Mullingar and rejoined the Mullingar branch of the Labour Party. And in fairness to Seamus, in 1987, which wasn't an easy time for the party, he stood as our general election candidate here. In 2007, he retired as a full-time organiser for SIPTU, but has remained active in the Labour Party. He'll be out there knocking on doors, campaigning and winning votes for the Labour Party Mullingar once again in the weeks ahead. Congratulations.
Turn around.
Our next award goes to another local hero, the one and only Detty Cornally from Mullingar. I had to say that, I drank tea in her house. In 1970, Detty and her husband Rob joined the Labour Party, and Rob was elected to Mullingar Town Commissioners in 1972. Detty was elected to Mullingar Town Commissioners in 1994 and to Westmeath County Council in 2004. She's a lifelong commitment to the GA and has been president of the Mullingar Shamrocks for over 30 years. She has been involved with Irish culture, Feshana, the Irish language, and like myself, has a long tradition in score. Detty is a member and fundraiser for many, many Midland charities. She's also a key member of local organisation here in Westmeath a political machine that I can absolutely say is the envy of every member of the Oireachtas of all parties and none. So I'm honoured to make this long service award presentation to Detty tonight. Okay, put simply, the next 3 awards are in my home county of Tipperary, and I simply would not be standing here tonight without the following 3 people. So I'm extremely proud to make the next award to a husband and wife couple, quite unique, Johnny and Mary Ryan from Roscrea in County Tipperary. Johnny's father was a great Labour man. On one occasion when Johnny's father could not make a Labour meeting held in the Abbey Hall in Roscrea, he asked Johnny to represent him. At the age of 17, that was the start of Johnny's interest in Labour politics. He canvassed with John Ryan, the late great John Ryan TD, Councillor Tommy Shanahan, Kathleen O'Mara and myself. Every local, general and European election, Johnny will give his time canvassing on behalf of the Labour candidates. Johnny worked hard, very hard in Glanbia for over 40 years and was a union rep, and he always represented his co-workers to the best of his ability to improve their working conditions. He is a great Tipperary man. Along with Mary, who hails from Paddy Tierney's country, our late TD, Coolbawn in the parish of Kilbarn, Mary and the Corbett family had an early interest in Labour politics. They all worked extremely hard for Paddy Tierney and were well known in the parish for their work ethic and their Labour beliefs. They were supported in this by their loving mother Greta. Paddy Tierney TD was very popular in the parish, a great neighbour, and the Corbetts, their neighbours, the Cohens, the Flemings, Wilsie Nolan, Michael Gleeson, and the Barry family, of which I'm a quarter, they're my grandmother's people, had great friendships with Paddy Tierney, and all gave him tremendous support over the years. Mary and Johnny married in 1971, and for the past 45 years, they've worked together to promote the Labour movement in Roscrea and Tipperary. Upon telling Johnny that he was getting this award, he actually said, quote, "Well, really, I should be presented with a new pair of shoes along with the award for all the shoe leather I've worn out over the years." The other Tipperary recipient is the one and only Mick Shanahan. Mick was born and reared in Roscrea and is steeped in the Labour tradition. And when I say steeped in the Labour tradition, I mean this. When you walk into his house, the first thing you see is a picture of James Connolly with an election sticker for Alan Kelly underneath it. Mick got his love of politics from his father, Tommy Shanahan, who represented the people of Roscrea for many years as a very, very, very good and excellent Labour councillor who we're very proud of. Back in those people, when people were singing showband hits in their homes, the Shanahans were in there singing James Connolly and Joe Hill. Mick's father canvassed for Paddy Tierney TD on one visit to the family home. I've heard this story so many times. Paddy Tierney TD insisted on buying the child of the house a new pair of shoes. And so Mick Shanahan's canvassing career began. He's campaigned for his late father Tommy, for our former Senator Kathleen O'Mara, and obviously in the recent years for me. At the ripe young age of 66, he is still out canvassing and putting in the hours on behalf of our great party and our local organisation in Tipperary. Indeed, I was out with him only a few days ago. I look forward to spending more time with Mick in the coming days and weeks ahead. An incredible gentleman, a true Labour man, and somebody I'm so proud to be presenting an award to tonight. Our next award goes to Joe O'Rourke from Kildare South in Laois. Joe was born in 1931. In 1931, in Old Grain, Monasterevin, County Kildare, And trust me, he's still doing the reps. He was outside chasing me about a few things earlier on. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, right.
Joe's mother died aged 33, and he was raised by his strong-willed father, Joe, who he followed into the Labour Party. During his school days, Joe was committed to the Labour movement. He would make sure in class, always, when they were discussing the Easter Rising, that James Connolly was to the forefront. Joe worked in Monasterevin and Kildare railway stations from the early 50s before moving to Dublin and joining the ITGW. Having already campaigned for Bill Norton in Kildare, Joe then worked for the election of Michael Mullen in Dublin. He's keeping up the canvassing to this day and will be out knocking on doors in the coming days to secure Labour seats for both Mark Wall and John Whelan. Now, listen to this. He has told me he has never lost an election and is confident that his 100% record will remain intact this time out, and he's going to give me a few days down in Tipperary. I'd like to present Joe with his award.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Move over there for the picture. Thank you. Our next award goes to Pat O'Sullivan from Galway West. Pat first canvassed for Labour in 1948, aged 12 years for John McEnany. He worked in all campaigns for Michael D. Higgins, our fantastic Uachtar na Éireann. Pat has been a lifelong member of the ITGW and SIPTU and is an active member of the Credit Union in Galway. Pat is active in the Galway Baroque Choral Group and once upon a time sang the Watchwood of Labour at our party conferences. So before I give him his award, I'm going to request of him that later on that you give us another blast of it after the gig tonight. Oh, he's confirmed.
If I can get the words of it.
So I'm delighted to be able to present Pat with this Lifetime Award for all the efforts over many generations for so many different Labour candidates. Thank you. He's gone out to practice now for a while. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our final award is a very special award for all of us who attend conferences. I've been attending conferences since I came with my mother and my father when I was about 8. And I probably remember this next man since I was about 8. Our final award goes to the one and only Paddy Behan from Dublin Central. I won't forget to mention the book.
Labour's going to win. 15 seats.
Paddy has spent a lifetime devoted to his family, his community, and of course the Labour movement. His involvement began when he joined the ITGW as a 16-year-old van boy while working for the Swastika Laundry in Ballsbridge. He played a leading role within the ITGW and later SIPTU as a branch president, delegate to the Dublin Council of Trade Unions, and a member of the SIPTU National Executive Council. From 1967 to 2000, Paddy worked as a porter for the Bank of Ireland branch on Talbot Street, which coincidentally allowed him to maintain very close contact with Liberty Hall. Paddy lived, he looked very well, is right. Paddy lived and raised his family in Dublin's North Inner City, where he was involved in a wide range of community organisations, including the Swan Youth Service, Dublin Citywide, St Agatha's Hall Community, Matt Talbot Committee, and the Moshula Dance Club. Despite moving to Swords, Paddy remained and remains a central figure in the North Inner City community. Over the years, Paddy has remained a committee member of the Dublin Central Labour Party and has served on the party's General Council. And most of all, when I told Paddy he was getting his award tonight and I said I'd be presenting it to him, he said, whatever about the award, don't forget the book. So Paddy will be launching a copy of his book soon, a memoir, it's out there, a memoir of a Dubliner and a trade unionist, Paddy Behan, My Life and Times, and a picture of the great Liberty Hall behind it. All proceeds to Merchants Quay, Ireland. So for many years, Paddy has been a fixture, and I can testify to this, a fixture in the front row of the party's conference. And I actually believe he still holds the record for formally seconding the most conference motions. Paddy, you are one of our heroes. You are one of our Labour institutions. We're all very proud of you, and we're absolutely delighted to present you with your Lifetime Award here tonight.
Thanks very much.
Friends, before we move on to the next award, I would like to take some time to play a short video that I'm sure you'll all remember.
We were both sitting in the kitchen.
And you came in and
Something
said
like
you
this.
something to tell me.
Yeah.
And I thought you said, oh, Jesus, John, did you get anyone pregnant? That's exactly what I said. And you said no, and you said I'm gay. I didn't know what to say. I was just in shock, because I always wondered what your kids would be like.
Yeah.
But it took me a long, long time. I met you now. It never stopped me loving you, but it just took me a long time to accept you were like that. Is that
Do you remember when we went to town that day?
I
and
do
told you?
remember well, I was probably around 13 or 14, and you told me it was, obviously it was a shock at the time, because you'd kind of probably tell before that, but when I found out, obviously it was not a shock, but it was different.
We were in the house having some tea, and you got a phone call, and you went into the sitting room. He said, there's a thing going to be on the paper, right? And I said, oh, Jesus, what is it? It said, it's going to be on the paper. And here I'm to walk into Tesco's. I said, just everyone's going to look at me. And I was I didn't know whether I was embarrassed.
This is the article that was saying
About the son that he's,
gay TD.
Gay TD. And I met this couple I knew very well. I didn't realise her daughter was a lesbian and her son was gay. And she said, walk with your head up. And when I went into Tesco's, the same thing. People came over, congratulated me. They all loved it. It's the same people that voted. And I said, well, take it. I walked out of Tesco's with my head held so high, I think I hurted my neck.
But I can remember you in a conversation a few years ago. I don't know, it could have been 4 or 5, it could have even been longer than 4 or 5 years ago. And the whole idea of gay or lesbian people getting married, you just says, no way.
No way, yeah, exactly.
You know, but what's changed?
Yeah, maybe that I see you so happy now, and I'd like to know that you were happy settled. Like if I died in the morning, I'd like to know that you were all happy.
You're officially, you can marry, please
Yeah.
God, and having someone that marries you is more so better than having someone that is just in a relationship with you.
Yeah, yeah, that
Marriage,
you'd have
marriage
someone-
is the key here.
Well, I would want something like that you could marry somebody, and you'd have someone with you. I want you to end up with someone to look after and love you. I mean, they probably love you as much as I will, but at least be there to look after you and you'd be happy.
If someone I knew or one of my friends were voting no, like, I can't just make them change, but like, I'd ask them, like, why are you voting no? Like, what are you going to get out of voting no? Is it going to change you? Is it going to change your friends, your family? You know somebody who this is going to affect. Let's try change it for them. Let's try get out there, get that yes vote, and make everyone happy who wants to,
That's
to
true.
marry somebody they love, whether they're gay or straight or lesbian.
I didn't make a show of my
come
here.
Not at all.
I sound like to be wanting to make a show of them.
No, I'm so proud.
Isn't that incredible, ladies and gentlemen? That video of Josie, John and Declan Lyons truly did go viral. It was one of the highlights of the campaign, one of the most memorable campaigns that this country has ever seen, which I'm sure we all agree. The campaign unleashed an energy and positivity unforeseen and never seen before in this country. It did a lot to restore the reputation of politics and political parties and showed how we in the Labour Party, because it happened because of the Labour Party, can deliver real change. Our party was at the forefront of the campaign and in the long fight for equality for gay and lesbian people. In recognition of that, I would like to call upon the joint chairs of Labour LGBT John Lyons and Niamh Hayes, and other members of the group who campaigned for marriage equality to accept a small gift from me that memorialises the moment of victory on that great day in Dublin Castle. Okay. Friends, I want to introduce you to one of our very special guests this evening who is going to say a few words. Susie Gaynor McGowan is someone who came to our attention in recent times due to the overnight closure of the iconic Cleary's department store in Dublin. Susie started working in Cleary's department store in 2004. At a very early stage, she joined with some of her fellow workers in joining becoming active in SIP2. She worked continuously in Cleary's for over 10 years, yet she and her colleagues were shocked when she found out almost by accident about the overnight closure of the store in June last year. Susie then took on an active and leading role with SIP2's Justice for Cleary's workers campaign, fighting against the injustice they had experienced. As a result of her campaigning work, Susie has joined the Labour Party in November last year. She has worked extremely closely with the trade union members of our party and our very own Minister Jed Nash to change the law so that workers are not left exposed in this manner ever again. It's my great honour to ask Susie to come up and say a few words to us all.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Susie and I am a former Cleary's worker, and I am delighted and honoured to be here this evening to share with you all my experiences from the last 7 months since Cleary's closed. June 12th, 2015 is a date that many of us will never forget. That's the day the iconic Irish department store Cleary's closed its doors for the last time. Up until that date, Cleary's had gone through many takeovers, survived the rising and even floods, but couldn't survive the grasp of capitalism. Greed, anger, betrayal and hurt are just some of the many emotions faced by the workers on that day. For me, there was an added salt in the wound because I found out my job was gone through Facebook. What hurt the most was the way in which it happened, that with the flick of a pen in the middle of the night, that 400 jobs were gone in the blink of an eye, and what was done was completely legal. Completely legal, but as you will agree, completely immoral. All was not lost though. We were lucky that we were unionised and we had the backing of SIP2. The next day, our Justice for Cleary's Workers campaign was born in Liberty Hall. We are decent, hard-working Irish people and we deserve the respect and dignity, neither of which was shown to us by Natrium. The next day, I was picked up to be one of our media spokespeople for the campaign. And anyone who ever has had to speak in front of the public will tell you it's a daunting task. But I was happy to do it, because we were taking a stand against immoral and unjust capitalism. Our 3 main goals of the campaign were to meet with Natrium, protect our building and its future, and to change the law so that what happened to us doesn't happen to anyone ever again. I am proud to say that we have achieved 2 of our 3 goals. We didn't do it alone. Thank you. We didn't do it alone. It took hard work and dedication to the campaign by the Cleary's workers and our SIP2 team, without whom our campaign would not have been successful as it has been. Inevitably, politics too was also going to play a role in campaigning. I've learned a lot about politics since I got involved in the campaign. There are those who just come out to show your support, promise you the sun, moon and stars, and are just there for the photo opportunity. And then there are those who are truly willing to help you out because they believe in your cause just as much as you do. I joined the party back in November, and let me tell you why. I couldn't just stand by anymore and be one of those thousands of people who say phrases like, "It's a disgrace. What are we going to do about it?" I wanted to be part of the solution. I wanted to stand with those who are part of making a difference in our great country. And I wanted to say thanks to those who were heavily involved in making a difference in our campaign. Our Taoiseach, Joan Burton, who selflessly dropped everything she was doing that week just to make herself available to the Cleary's workers in Liberty Hall and made sure we got our redundancies as fast as she could. Thank you very much, Joan. Jed Nash, who I see here in front of me, wrote to Natrium on our behalf to try and get a meeting with them. He also met a group with our workers to discuss our issues and publish a report on the sale and liquidation of Cleary's. He has supported our campaign from the very beginning, and now we have a review in company law, so that's a very, very big achievement. Thank you, Jed. We also met with a group of Labour councillors on a number of occasions to talk about the special planning control on O'Connell Street, which has been renewed, thankfully. Thank you. Labour didn't have to stand with us. They could have promised us the world and come for the photo opportunity, like so many have. But that's not what Labour is about. Labour is about standing up for the working people. I feel the future is bright. Yes, Cleary's may be gone, but the clock is still ticking in the hearts of the former workers and the Irish people who loved it. Whatever happens next, the Justice for Cleary's Workers campaign can be proud of what they have achieved. I just hope that people who have followed our campaign can see how invaluable it is to be part of a trade union, because trade unions matter. I also hope that people see by my experiences that out of everything bad comes something good, and it is okay to have your own voices and stand up for what you believe in. I am a proud trade union activist, and now I'm a proud Labour Party member who believes in standing for Ireland's future. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, wasn't that incredible? A very inspirational speech. And thank you very much, Susie. Moving on from one incredible woman onto another. The next lady I've known since 1998, when I was a shop steward in Board Fáilte, and she was my branch secretary. She went on to become then Vice President of SIPTU, and since then has become the first ever female General Secretary of ICTU. I give you the one and only Patricia King.
Good evening, colleagues, and thank you. So I wanted to just reflect briefly on Susie's contribution and on the Cleary's dispute. And throughout the past months during the course of our protests, as we stood outside the department and other locations, I often contemplated how this appalling episode arose and why did this small group of people, as Susie said, go into and assemble in the offices of a firm of solicitors in the city and contrive to secure tens of millions for themselves while denying their own workers even the remotest chance of achieving a reasonable redundancy settlement to help rebuild their lives, as was contained in their collective agreement. And instead, they decided to leave these loyal, long-serving workers with no jobs, no money, no dignity, and the taxpayers with the bill for the statutory entitlements. What sort of a moral compass, I thought, do these people possess? And have they no sense of personal shame for their actions? And could they not appreciate the public revulsion at their behaviour? And then one night, earlier in this month, in an RTE documentary, the answer came. A leading insolvency lawyer pronounced on national television, this is capitalism. They were doing their capitalist job. They didn't break any rules. And while these circumstances, colleagues, may seem extreme, and they are, we would be foolish to believe that they are an exception. Let us consider, for instance, the employer group's submissions to the Low Pay Commission. Submission after submission have vehemently opposed any increase to the national minimum wage, and some have espoused the view that the market should decide the national minimum wage rate, and that the cost of living is not really relevant in determining the rate. They believe that the state should intervene to deal with in-work poverty. The concept of decent work is not on their radar. Profitable companies are an essential component of a dynamic economy. In fact, in this country, there are many reputable employers who engage with trade unions and develop collective agreements. However, there are also a considerable number of groups, employer groups, whose advocacy shows no concept of the consequences of low pay or growing inequality for workers or their families. They have no notion of paying a living wage or providing decent work. They take the view that the state should subsidise wages with no disruption to their growing profits through economic growth. These are no small lunatic fringe on sniping from the margins of Irish society. In fact, their view is very well represented among political groupings and some media commentators. Hardly a surprise, actually, given the unhealthy concentration of some media ownership and wealth and power in this jurisdiction. And this, colleagues, is not a phenomenon peculiar to this country. Across Europe, countries have faced the serious consequences of globalisation, continued economic and financial uncertainties, as well as growing income inequality. And as a result, strong pressure is being exercised on workers to deliver flexible and precarious work arrangements, outsourcing, and indeed any measure that will increase shareholder value and dividends and reduce labour costs. In its most recent report, Oxfam outlined the global inequality crisis is reaching new extremes. The richest 1% now have more wealth than the rest of the world combined, where power and privilege is used to distort the economic order and increase disparity between the richest and the rest. Few could dispute that a key counterforce to unbridled capitalism is an effective collective bargaining system where workers, through their trade unions, can bargain for quality terms and conditions. So it is no accident that its coverage has declined internationally. In fact, across the globe, there are very strong forces at play whose sole purpose is to attempt to eradicate the trade union movement, which they still view as an obstacle to their unencumbered progress. The trade union movement in Ireland is a broad church, with party political affiliation and none. And indeed, we all acknowledge that over the past 6 years, during the dark days of austerity, economic recession, some policy decisions of this party caused angst within the trade union movement, and the opposite was also the case. However, very few trade unionists could deny that in that period, substantive key legislative measures have been undertaken at the behest of the party, which bucked the international trend, greatly improved workers' abilities to collectively bargain, and which will have positive effect for workers in this country for many years to come. And time is constrained, but I want to refer to the JLC legislation, and I want particularly to pay tribute to Eamon Gilmore and your previous General Secretary, David Leach, who worked so closely with me and whose unwavering commitment meant we couldn't fail. The temporary agency workers legislation was also passed to give workers equal pay whether they were directly employed or temporary agencies. And in July 2015, we had the Industrial Relations Amendment Bill, which afforded the trade union movement sectoral employment orders and allows trade unions alone to substantially represent workers on key issues of terms and conditions. The Apprenticeship Council, I pay tribute to Rory Quinn and to Jan O'Sullivan for setting up the Apprenticeship Council and to give young people the opportunity to train for decent work into the future. I would also say the delivery of a commitment to no compulsory redundancies within the public service, the restoration of pension benefits to Waterford Glass workers, and the expert review group to deal with clearies are all evidence of the valuable outcomes for workers through our strategic work together. Our chartered delegates, our charter for Congress Fair Work and Fair Conditions for Employees set out in our charter, endorsed by Joan, Burton, the Taoiseach at our BDC, sets out our claim for workers and what we want to achieve for those workers: a living wage, no precarious work practices, ethics in your work contract, and proper public procurement conditions. We want these parties and politicians. They have declared their support, but there are those who haven't, and we'll inform our members who they are. Finally, I want to say to you, I was appointed and was honoured to be appointed the General Secretary of ICTU, the first female General Secretary of ICTU this year. And this happened My predecessors were eminent, very committed males. I was honoured, but also I was honoured to be the first trade union official to be appointed to that post. Finally, I want to say to you in this the centenary year of the 1916 Rising, when we commemorate, among others, James Connolly, founding member of the largest trade union in the country, SIPTU, and indeed a founder member of this party, I am reminded that unlike him, we will most likely never be asked or be required to sacrifice our own lives in the cause of labour. But as trade unionists, we have a compelling duty to fulfil his legacy to workers. Thank you for listening to me.
Delegates and friends of the Labour Party, once again, I want to thank you for selecting Mullingar as the location of our annual conference in this historical centenary year of 2016 and welcome you to the constituency of Longford Westmeath. Today is the 30th of January. It's a key date for the Labour movement as we recall the 69th anniversary of the death of one of our great heroes, Big Jim Larkin. Living standards are improving and employment is rising again. There are 138,000 more people back at work and youth unemployment has fallen dramatically. I'm especially glad to see the new emphasis on apprenticeships because in the construction sector alone, more than 30,000 people will get jobs as the house building programme driven by Alan Kelly is rolled out across the country. When you think back to the bailout in the winter of 2010, who can argue now that Labour should have stayed on the sideline? 250,000 jobs disappeared. Families couldn't pay their mortgages. Our young people emigrated in their thousands. People's wages were hit with new taxes like the USC. Before people's very eyes, the government of the day disintegrated. Ministers froze and couldn't take decisions, and almost half of them resigned. What was left of Fianna Fáil and the Green Party government handed over the keys of this country to the Troika. And these are the people who now have the brass necks to ask the Irish people to elect them to Dáil Éireann. At the end of 2010, people were in despair and fearful for their future. How could the Labour Party in 2011, with the biggest vote in our 100-year history, have stood aside? The people voted for us to make a difference. They voted for us to protect the most vulnerable in society. They voted for us to protect their homes and to protect their jobs. We didn't succeed in everything we wanted to do, but we did play our part in turning this country around. There are still huge challenges ahead, but the fear is gone and the people can again be confident about their future. There could have been a very different government without Labour. Do you think the minimum wage would have been restored without Labour participation? Do you think that 700,000 low-paid workers would have been removed from the USC without Labour? Do you think we would have started the biggest social housing programme in the history of the state, something that Labour always does, without Labour? The most comprehensive broad plan and the most extensive primary care network, all without Labour. Would we, or would this country have protected core social benefits without Labour? Well, would we have protected core social rates without Joan Burton as Minister for Social Protection? Without Joan Burton and her colleagues in government, would the economic recovery now underway have taken place? My answer to these questions, colleagues, is that I am certain of my conviction that the situation in 2011 was so serious that without Labour, the government would not have survived. I won't try to tell this conference that Joan Burton can walk on water, but I can tell you all that Joan Burton has played a major part in keeping our country afloat. So Joan Burton, our leader, protected the basic threshold of decency in the most difficult of times and led the drive to promote pathways back to work for people trapped previously in permanent social welfare. We are a party of work, not a party of dependency. She restored child benefit to 140 euros per child, and she made significant progress in restoring to a level of 75% the Christmas bonus that Fianna Fáil took away and eliminated altogether. And we will put it back to look after our pensioners. Joan Burton has withstood attacks and criticisms from people who have never done anything except carp and her abuse from the sidelines. The Irish people will soon have a choice between Joan Burton and a proven record of achievement, or selecting a dolly mixture of protest candidates spouting slogans and division. Do we want a government of Fianna Fáil, the party that wrecked the country, in coalition with Sinn Féin, the party who would wreck the country? Or do they want Joan Burton to lead the Labour Party back into government to continue the recovery and bring fairness, balance and stability so that we can build on the economic recovery? Joan Burton has shown the intelligence and the toughness needed to complete the revival in our country's fortunes. It is now indeed a great privilege for me to be able to present to you the first woman leader of the Labour Party, as indeed we have the first General Secretary of Congress, Patricia King, here before as well. So tonight, it's my great pleasure to give you Joan Burton, TD, the Taoiseach and Minister for Social Protection.
Colleagues, friends, this will be a year of profound journeys for Ireland. We'll journey back in time to 1916 to reflect on the spark that lit the flame of independence. We'll journey to airports, to ferries and train stations to see our loved ones return home in great numbers as the recovery gathers pace. And we'll journey to the polls in our millions to chart the way forward for our country. We'll start from different places and with different emotions, but we'll share the same objectives, concerns and desires. That our families are happy and healthy, that our communities are safe and prosperous, and that there is love, tolerance and acceptance for all our citizens. These are the building blocks of Ireland's future, the future envisaged by the founder of our party, James Connolly, in the proclamation he signed 100 years ago. Connolly co-founded Labour in 1912 because he knew Labour was needed to stand up for working people and progressive politics, to stand up for fairness, equality and freedom. Since then, Labour has fought many battles that have changed Ireland for the better. So tonight, I want to talk to you about the battles that remain, the journeys we have yet to take, about the decade of opportunity within our reach, about the risks we face along the way, and about staying the course together to overcome them. Labour entered government in 2011 to stand up for our children's right to have a future worthy of their talents. We entered government to stand up for the men and the women who lost their jobs and way of life as a result of the crash. We entered government to stand up for older people, fearful about their pension and their peace of mind. We entered government to end the worst economic crisis we've ever known. The true test of any government is whether it leaves our country in a better place. Fianna Fáil inherited a boom and blew it. Labour, with our coalition partners, Fine Gael, we inherited a ruin and rebuilt it. But the people did the hard yards. And that extraordinary effort, that extraordinary sacrifice is paying off. In 2011, we were in deep crisis. Now we have the fastest growing economy in Europe. In 2011, we were approaching 500,000 people unemployed. Now we're adding more than 1,000 new jobs a week and are on the road to full employment. In 2011, Fianna Fáil had cut the minimum wage by €1 an hour. Labour has increased it twice. Now it's worth more than €3,000 extra a year to a low-paid worker. In 2011, Fianna Fáil's savage universal social charge slashed people's wages. Now, we've taken 700,000 people out of the USC net and reduced it for low and middle income workers. In short, we're in a much better place than 5 years ago. It wasn't a journey any of us would have wished for our families, our friends, our neighbours. But working together, we've driven a strong recovery. And the benefits are coming through. 135,000 new jobs. And behind every new job, a person or a family feeling the benefits of recovery in their own lives. This month, every worker has more take-home pay because of the USC reductions, because of the increase in the minimum wage, because of the new tax credit for the self-employed. Child benefit is increasing to help families, and we've introduced a package to help our older people. We've restored the Christmas bonus that Fianna Fáil so cruelly axed. We've increased the pension and raised the fuel allowance. These are modest but steady steps in our wider plan to use strong and stable economic growth to build a decent society. Right now, the recovery remains incomplete and there are risks ahead. The world economy remains in a fragile state. Stability is vital. The worst mistake we could make now is to squander our hard-earned progress by gambling on uncertainty with the party who caused the crash and the party who would have made it worse. We know who they are. I grew up in a working-class home. So when I look at the country's finances, I think of all the people who sit at their kitchen table juggling the family finances, making a little go a long way, never spending what they cannot afford. And from my accountancy days, I know so many small business owners do exactly the same thing. They sit at the dining table, they try to balance the books, pay the wages, and find funds to grow the business. We in government have a duty to them, a duty to every person and family who sat at a kitchen table during the crisis and wondered how they'd last until payday or cover the payroll. Our duty to them, to you, is to sustain the recovery, Make sure we never go back. No return to crisis. So, if something isn't affordable or responsible, we won't do it. And we'll steadily reduce our national debt so that we're prepared for any trouble that lies ahead. Sound public finances are the bedrock of everything we do. From Rory Quinn in the 90s to Brendan Howland today, Labour's track record of managing the public finances is second to none. Managing the public finances is central to our core task, to build a decent society, not just a strong economy. That requires careful balance, the balance that ensured Labour in government strengthened workers' rights in the teeth of the worst recession we've known, the balance that stresses public investment to strengthen our communities, the balance that recognises that nurses, teachers, Gardaí and other public servants are a vital asset to our society, not a drain on it. The balance that gave priority to USC reductions for low and middle income workers, the balance that paved the way for Ireland to vote yes to love and yes to equality. That's what we bring to the table that nobody else does. I'm proud to lead a party tolerant of all creeds and none. A party that stands up for our people's future. As a result of the marriage equality referendum, every child will grow up knowing their country accepts them. Whoever it is they grow up to be, and whoever it is they grow up to love. I was never prouder of the Labour Party than on that joyful Saturday last May. I was never prouder of Ireland. But the journey to create a modern Ireland is not over. Some time ago, I spoke with a woman whose unborn baby had been diagnosed with a fatal fetal abnormality. That baby was much wanted, much loved, but had no chance of surviving to term. In such tragic circumstances, some women will wish to see out their pregnancy, some will not. And it's not right that our answer is to send them abroad. Delegates, sending women abroad was the 20th century answer, and it was the wrong answer. It's not the answer of a compassionate state and country. Labour, if we're returned, will deliver a referendum on this issue in the next government. We'll make the case for the Eighth Amendment to go. Growing up, I saw the struggle that families without work had to endure. As a result, I have an abiding belief, like most of you, all of you have, in the importance of jobs and opportunity. Secure and fairly paid work is the single best protection against poverty, the single best path to increased prosperity. So our priority is a job for everyone who wants one by 2018. I want to see every young person having a range of opportunities, from college to workplace training. So we'll create 50,000 new apprenticeships to give young people choice in how they build their careers. We want to support and help develop Irish business and entrepreneurs. A prosperous economy is central to any effort to create a decent society. But prosperity by itself won't create the decent society. We must manage the economy to serve the needs of the community. Ensuring a decent standard of living for workers is essential. So over the lifetime of the next government, we'll work to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. And we'll continue our reform of the tax system to make it fairer. We'll start by abolishing USC on the first 72,000 of individual income. We'll do that because after the crisis we've come through, low and middle income workers need more take-home pay. We'll ensure the wealthiest in society continue to pay their fair share. Our fair tax plan means the bulk of available resources can go towards the services essential for a decent society. So, for every €1 in tax reductions, €3 will be invested in the services that our families and communities need. Good schools for our children, better health care in the community, pension improvements to support our older people, and parks and amenities and good planning so that we can all enjoy living on this island. This is how Labour will stand up for families and communities. We'll start with housing by speeding up the supply of affordable homes. We'll establish a Save to Buy scheme to give first-time buyers a helping hand. This will give first-time buyers a cash top-up when saving the deposit for a home. And Alan Kelly will chop waiting lists by building high-quality social houses for those who need them. Labour believes that a good education is every child's birthright. In government, we're already reducing the ratio of pupils to teachers in each class. And we've delivered the first improvements to reading and maths levels in a generation. In the lifetime of the next government, we'll deliver the smallest class sizes in the history of this state. And for parents with young children, Labour has a radical but affordable plan to reduce the cost of childcare over the next 5 years to €2 an hour. So that every child has the best possible start in life. Delivering quality healthcare to every person who needs it is a huge challenge. We'll ensure more people receive the care they need in their own communities through a national network of primary care centres. That will take the pressure off our hospitals. We've already ensured that free GP care is a reality for every child under 6 and every adult over 70. Our plan is to extend free GP care to everyone so that families will never again have to worry about the cost of going to see the doctor. We want to empower people with disabilities to live as full participants in our society. This includes the world of work. So our strategy aims to ensure that people with disabilities who can and want to work are supported and enabled to do so. During the crash, older people sacrificed a lot in ways never fully appreciated, helping their sons and daughters to keep a roof over their heads or food on the table. That was why I protected the state pension through the worst of times. And I increased it as soon as we had the money to do so. Labour will use the strong economy to annually increase the pension by at least €5 a week. It's the very least our older people deserve. It's another step towards the decent society that's at the heart of Labour's vision. Ireland's contribution to the world in terms of arts and culture stands way out of proportion to our size. I believe public endowment of the arts is returned many times over. That's why Labour in government will double the funding for the Arts Council and the Film Board over the next 5 years. If you believe in social justice, if you believe in a more equal society, as I do, then access to the arts and culture is not an optional extra, it's essential. I started by talking about journeys. The journey of the last 8 years has been a truly testing one for our people. We were knocked down, but you know what? We've picked ourselves back up. We regrouped, rebuilt, and redefined. We will rightly commemorate 1916 this year with our economic freedom restored. If we stay on the right course, we can sustain the recovery and strengthen the economy. If we stay on the right course, we can use the strong economy to build a decent society. If you want Ireland to stay on that course, it means giving a mandate to Labour to finish what we started. So I'm asking you tonight, in the election to vote Labour number 1. Return Labour to government to provide continued stability, to deliver the right balance of economic and social progress. We'll stand up for workers, families and communities. We'll stand up for a modern Ireland. We'll stand up for Ireland's future and seize the decade of opportunity that is ahead of us all. Together, we've made a good start. Tusma, Latna Hibra, a good start is half the work. So let's complete the journey.